Chapter 1150. Everyone, from birth, began to shoulder certain things. The expectations of their parents, the responsibilities of the family, and the bone-deep hatred that people like Yang Fan shouldered. As one grew older, the things a person shouldered increased. As long as there was a chance, there was no one who didn't want to stand out and fight for a better life for themselves and their family. But there was too much bloodshed in the imperial court. Yang Fan gently stroked De Gehui's eyes and felt waves of coldness in his heart. The man was like a tiger, the horse like a dragon. Smoke billowed as they headed straight for Zhongnan. Yang Fan mounted his horse and said to the guards beside him, "Leave 2 people to take his body back to the city." Finishing, Yang Fan kicked the stirrup and galloped in the direction of Mount Zhongnan. At the foot of Mount Zhongnan, Yang Si-su looked at the 5 or 6 horses left in the call and then looked up at the lush forest. He said anxiously, "Quick, surround this place immediately and send people back to mobilize troops. We can't let the Crown Prince escape." Lu Maofeng hastily mobilized troops to defend along the mountain. Fortunately, the pursuers were all cavalry, so it was easy to spread them out. On the way here, Yang Fan met the messenger who had returned to the city and learned that the Crown Prince had gone up the mountain. Even if he went to the foot of the mountain, he wouldn't be able to find him. Because he wanted to save the horses, he slowed down. Yang Fan rushed to the foot of Mount Zhongnan with a dozen guards and saw Yang Si-su anxiously pacing back and forth at the foot of the mountain. This area of the mountain was sparsely populated and the vegetation was exuberant. The villas built by the grand families were not in this area. If they entered this lush forest, it would be like a fish in the sea. It would be very difficult to find them. Seeing this situation, Yang Fan couldn't help but scratch his head. With the current situation, he could only report to the emperor and mobilize a large group of troops to search along the mountain. In the forest on the mountain, Li Zhongjuan leaned against a towering pine tree and muttered to himself, "How could this be? How could this be? How could he be defeated in such a short time?" Li Chengquang looked at the pitiful worm with pity. The great ups and downs, the stimulation of joy and sorrow, seemed to have made this crown prince somewhat abnormal. Thinking of the sudden failure, Li Chengquang could not help but sigh. He looked around and saw the 4 surviving bodyguards sitting on the ground, exhausted. 2 of them were injured, while the other 2 were tearing off their clothes and bandaging their wounds. Li Chengquang climbed a huge rock and looked down the mountain. The undulating jungle was like the waves of the sea. From here, it was impossible to see the situation in the Colonel. Li Chengquang could not help but worry. Such an outcome was truly out of his expectations. It wasn't that he hadn't considered the possibility of failure, but according to his thinking, if he failed, he would fail in the palace. If he failed, he would use the chaos to escape. He had already arranged a house in Chang'an and had prepared enough water and food for 10 days. He would hide for a while and then go to young Master Lu. But he did not expect that he would have to escape with the Crown Prince. Moreover, he was in a panic and did not know which way to go. Only after leaving Chang'an did he think of escaping to Mount Zhongnan. The current situation was completely out of his expectations. What should he do? After a night of fear, the palace finally quieted down at dawn. The civil and military officials entered the palace to visit the emperor. The Prince of Xiang, Li Xian, and Princess Taiping also hurried over. Halfway there, they ran into a group of people from the Wu family, dressed in silk mourning garments, wailing as they entered the palace. The 2 groups cooperated and walked into the palace. Inside the palace, Li Xian was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. He arranged for the Wu family's cousins, nephews, and son-in-law to be placed in the Yulin Guard. They temporarily took control of the palace and sent people to interrogate the captives and arrest the remaining members of the Crown Prince's faction. Suddenly hearing that the Crown Prince had escaped to Mount Zhongnan and that a large number of troops had to be sent to search the mountains because of the high mountains and dense forests, Li Xian immediately ordered Commandant Gui, Zhao Sishen, to lead a large group of troops to reinforce him. Li Xian hated Li Zhongjuan and would not allow him to escape. Besides, the crown prince's identity was too sensitive. If he really escaped, no one could predict what kind of trouble would ensue. Li Chengquang waited for the crown prince to regain his composure and regulate his breathing before discussing a way out with him. But what idea could Li Zhongjuan have? It was true that Li Xian had been a good-for-nothing when he was the crown prince, but Li Zhongjuan had been even more good-for-nothing than his father. If Wu Zetian had not tightly controlled Li Xian and he had the courage to resist, as long as he could escape, there would always be a group of high-ranking officials who would dare to take him in and use the banner of restoring Li Tang to help him rebel. But now it was Li Tang's world, and Li Zhongjuan, the crown prince, had never made friends with any important ministers. No matter who he sought refuge with, there would only be one result: being kidnapped and sent to the capital. The only people who had the ability to help him and use his banner were the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping, but would these two help him? Li Chengquang pondered the matter and suddenly remembered that the Lu family had a courtyard on the other side of Mount Zhongnan. He could only take the risk of contacting the Lu family and asking for countermeasures. Li Chengquang told the crown prince that he wanted to go around and spy on the situation so that he could decide on his next course of action. Li Zhongjuan had always treated Li Chengquang as his best friend, his brother. At this moment, he still did not have the slightest suspicion of Li Chengquang. He did not suspect that Li Chengquang had always been using him, nor did he suspect that Li Chengquang might flee for his life in the face of disaster. Li Zhongjuan's trust made Li Chengquang feel ashamed. But this shame was quickly tossed to the back of his mind. It was not that Li Chengquang did not have feelings, but in his heart, there were far too many things that were even more important than feelings. They were benefits and everything related to benefit. By the time Li Chengquang arrived at the southern foothills of Mount Zhongnan, a cluster of small villas hidden among the green pines and cypresses, Li Xian's troops had yet to arrive. Li Chengquang carefully searched through the forest and finally found an elegant manor with a signboard with the words Lu and Thatched Hall hanging on it. Li Chengquang saw that there was no one around and gathered his courage to charge into Lu nunnery. He had originally wanted to find the servants of the Lu family who were guarding here and have them report to young Master Lu in Chang'an. But to his surprise, he actually saw Dingyu here. Dingyu was the blue-robed man who had always been by Lu Binji's side. He was Lu Binji's chief strategist. When Li Chengquang saw Dingyu, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. "Mr. Ding, why are you here? Is the young master also here?" Dingyu coldly snorted and said, "How could the young master risk his own life?" Then, Dingyu said, "The young master has always been paying attention to your movements. You fled to South Zhongnan. The young master guessed that it was very likely that you would find our people nearby, so he sent me here to wait for you. You are smart to really find us. What did you do? This was originally in the bag. How could it go wrong?" Li Chengquang said with a bitter face, "Mr. Ding, Dingyu waved his hand and interrupted him. "Okay, there is no point in saying more. Quickly tell me, is the crown prince okay? What is the situation now?" After Li Chengquang explained the situation, Dingyu muttered to himself and began to pace. Li Chengquang said, "Mr. Ding, the crown prince's power is lost and can only be abandoned. Why don't we leave now?" Dingyu glanced at him and said, "Just give up like this? Do you know how much effort the young master has put into you and the crown prince?" Li Chengquang said with a bitter face, "But the crown prince has already failed. He is no longer useful." Dingyu said darkly, "No, he still has another use." Li Chengquang was stunned. What use? Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan paced anxiously in the forest. Last night, after the palace coup, he had not eaten anything since escaping Chang'an. His stomach was like a drum, but Li Chengquang had not returned. He could not leave and could only wait anxiously. After a while, there was a rustling sound in the grass. Li Zhongjuan hurriedly retreated 2 steps and said in a low voice, "Who is it?" The 4 bodyguards immediately drew their sabers and stood guard. Li Chengquang came out of the grass with a head full of sweat. "Thank the heavens," he said. "I made a mark along the way, but I almost got lost." As soon as Li Zhongjuan saw him, he quickly went forward and asked, "Chengquang, how is it? Have you found a way out?" Li Chengquang shook his head with a bitter face. "Crown Prince, the outside of the mountain has already been heavily surrounded by the imperial army." Li Zhongjuan was dumbfounded. Then what should we do?" Li Chengquang said, "Crown Prince, we can only go into the mountain and get as far away from them as possible. When it gets dark, we can think of a way to sneak out. There are many mountains here. I don't believe they can set up defenses everywhere." Li Zhongjuan said dejectedly, "We can only do this. Come, let's leave immediately." The 6 of them quickly left their original spot and walked into the depths of the dense forest. Li Chengquang had already gotten some food at Ding Yu's place and drank some water. Although he tried his best to pretend to be exhausted, he was actually much stronger than the 5 of them. However, his steps were muddy and he still pretended to be very tired. The few of them didn't go far. The forest grew thicker and thicker. Only one person could draw his saber and hack at the front while the others lined up to follow the path he had opened up. As they walked, Li Chengquang suddenly stopped and said, "Crown Prince, go first. I need to relieve myself." Li Zhongjuan didn't suspect anything and followed behind the saber-wielding bodyguard, pushing aside the branches and leaves to move forward with difficulty. Li Chengquang was the last. His eyes turned slightly and a trace of ruthlessness flashed through them. "No. He has another use." "What use?" "The Emperor has already passed down an edict to kill the Crown Prince. Li Qianli, Li Duozhua, Shatsa Zhongyi, and the others are all dead. As long as the Crown Prince is also dead, who will know that the Crown Prince's rebellion was your idea? Your current position isn't high. No one will suspect that you are the main culprit of the rebellion. As long as you kill the Crown Prince, not only will you be innocent, but you will also be meritorious. The Emperor is in need of people. As the person who killed the Crown Prince, how can he not trust you? At that time, you will be the Emperor's confidant." "What? This is too dangerous. What if the Emperor doesn't spare me?" "Idiot! What kind of status is the Emperor? How can he go back on his word? If he kills you, who will be willing to submit to the Emperor when there is another incident in the future? Would the Emperor be willing to break his promise to the world for you? Chengquang, riches come from danger. You don't want to hide your name and wander the Jianghu, do you?" Thinking of his conversation with Mr. Ding, Li Chengquang gritted his teeth and quietly pulled out a glittering dagger from his waist. Like a leopard, he crept forward. Chapter 1151. The Crown Prince walked in the middle, with a soldier in front opening the way. Behind him were 2 injured soldiers, and at the very back was another soldier. Li Chengquang stealthily crept up and suddenly covered the soldier's mouth with one hand. He forcefully slid his knife across his throat, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Sensing that the soldier had completely lost the strength to struggle, Li Chengquang pushed him into the thicket and continued to creep up. Commandant Gui Zhao Sishen had arrived with a large group of soldiers. Eager to render meritorious service, Yang Xishuan ordered him to lead the cavalry to guard all the main roads at the foot of the mountain while he personally led the troops up the mountain to search. Yang Fan also brought his own men, brandishing his knife to open a path up the mountain to search. The Crown Prince had attacked his subordinates and almost killed him, and the Black Tortoise sect had changed sides because of his words, causing the Crown Prince's army to be defeated. This enmity was already set in stone. If the Crown Prince turned the tables, he would definitely not have a good ending. He naturally understood the simple principle of cutting weeds and eliminating the root. Yang Fan continued up the mountain. Just as he was searching, a soldier suddenly called out, "Grand General, there are chopped branches and leaves here. Yang Fan hurriedly went over to take a look. For a moment, he was unable to determine whether or not it was left behind by other teams searching the mountain. He said, "Follow them and take a look." The group of people chased into an open area. There were no obvious signs, and they had lost track of their target. Just as they were about to find another direction to continue their search, there was suddenly a rustle in the thicket. It seemed that someone or a large beast was approaching. Ren Wei and the other Imperial bodyguards immediately raised their knives and were on guard. The thicket parted and a person came out. He was in a sorry state and held a bloody head in his hand. When he saw Yang Fan and the others, he was first startled. Then, when he saw Yang Fan's appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "Grand General Yang, I, Li Chenquang, have obeyed the imperial edict." The person who came out of the thicket was Li Chenquang. He hurriedly threw away his knife and took 2 steps forward. Kneeling on the ground, he raised the bloody head high in the air. When Yang Fan saw the head, he couldn't help but be shocked. The head's eyes were wide open, and an expression of grief, indignation, and shock still hung on its face. It was Crown Prince Li Chenquang. Yang Fan cried out involuntarily, "Crown Prince?" Li Chenquang hurriedly nodded. "Yes, it is the Crown Prince. Great General, I was inspired by the Emperor and resolutely killed a group of traitors. Great General, look, I was injured because of this." Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Get up, this official will bring you to see His Majesty." Li Chenquang was wild with joy and quickly stood up. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Great General. I will never forget Great General's kindness." Just as Li Chenquang was flattering him, Ren Wei suddenly raised the saber in his hand. With a flash of cold light, the saber was aimed at Li Chenquang's neck. Although Li Chenquang was unwilling to use the Crown Prince's head as a proof of allegiance to the Emperor, he felt that what Mr. Ding said was very reasonable. First, the Emperor had said in front of everyone, "In any case, let bygones be bygones." The secret that he was the mastermind of the rebellion would not be known by anyone, and he would not be regarded as the main culprit, so he could be forgiven. Second, by killing the Crown Prince today, he had cut off all paths of retreat. If there were still people who wanted to harm the Emperor, they would definitely not recruit him. Other than being Li Xian's dog, he had no other way out. If someone was able to accomplish great things, in order to deny Li Xian, they would have to rehabilitate the Crown Prince. Once the Crown Prince was rehabilitated, he would still have to die. Thus, not only did he have to be the Emperor's dog, he could only be a loyal dog. After all, other people did not know that he had long been a member of the Liu family. Thus, after he was spared from death, it was very likely that Li Xian would put him in an important position. It was no secret that Li Xian lacked people he could use. Thus, after he killed the Crown Prince, he came with his head and did not have any wariness. Ren Wei's saber swept out, and Li Chenquang's head was sliced off. It rolled more than 10 feet before falling to the ground with a thud and rolling into the grass. The moment Ren Wei attacked, Yang Fan was also shocked. His hand unconsciously tightened on the hilt of the saber. Only when Li Chenquang's head fell to the ground did Yang Fan's fingers slowly loosen. After Ren Wei killed Li Chenquang, he turned and knelt on one knee towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Ren Wei said, "Great General, why do you have to give this merit to Li Chenquang, this vile person?" Yang Fan's expression did not change. Ren Wei raised his head, his gaze slightly heated. "Great General, from the Emperor of Zetian to the current Emperor, General has always been put in an important position. However, they are not without wariness towards Great General. Right now, there is a chance for you to be viewed as a trusted aide by the Emperor. How can Great General miss it?" Ren Wei took 2 steps forward on his knees and then said in a low voice, "In the past year, my explicit sect and the hidden sect have been fighting openly and covertly. Both sides have suffered great losses. The hidden sect's foundation in the martial world is deeper than ours. If the sect master wants to suppress the hidden sect, he can only grasp more power in the court. This opportunity cannot be missed, and it will not come again. Yang Fan looked deeply at him and said in a low voice, "Is this your opinion, or the opinion of my explicit sect's elders?" Renwei lowered his head and did not speak. Yang Fan was silent for a moment and then turned to leave. Renwei said urgently, "Great General!" Seeing that Yang Fan did not even turn back, Renwei stood up and chased after him. He then made a gesture to the other guards, indicating for them to pick up Li Trinquang and the Crown Prince's heads. "Good! Good, good! See soon, hang the heads at the Meridian Gate so that all the officials can see them. In 3 days, take them to King Liang's coffin to pay respects." Li Xian saw that the head was indeed his son's, and then felt reassured to have it taken away. Li Zhongjuan had charged into the palace and killed his mother, scaring him out of his wits. Their relationship as father and son was completely diluted. When he saw his own son's head, he did not feel any compassion. Instead, he fiercely ordered for the head to be hung at the Meridian Gate and then offered to King Liang's coffin. Li Xian glanced at Yang Fan and said with a smile, "Erlang, you've made a great contribution. How do you want us to reward you?" Yang Fan cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty has misunderstood. The Crown Prince did not die at this humble subject's hands." Li Xian's eyebrows jumped. "Oh? You didn't kill the Crown Prince?" Yang Fan said, "No, the one who killed the Crown Prince was the Crown Prince's personal guard, Li Trinquang. Li Trinquang killed the Crown Prince in an attempt to absolve himself of his crimes. However, he was acting suspiciously in the forest. When my subordinates were searching the forest, they mistakenly thought that he was trying to ambush this humble subject, so they decisively killed him. Later on, when we saw the Crown Prince's head and found a few of the Crown Prince's personal guards, we found out the truth from one of the dying guards. Only then did we understand what had happened." "So that's how it was." Li Xian's expression was a little ugly. He gave Yang Fan a deep look and said, "Even so, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Moreover, you also saved the Black Tortoise Gate. Oh, you may withdraw first. We will reward you according to your merit." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yang Fan cupped his hands, retreated 3 steps, and turned to walk out of the hall. Li Xian looked at his back, his expression gradually darkening. Behind the screen, Empress Wei and Princess Enlu walked out. Ever since the Wu family's incident, Enlu had been living in the palace for the past few days and hadn't gone back to pay her respects to her father-in-law and husband. The remnants of the Wu family had not been completely purged. She didn't dare to take the risk. Empress Wei walked to Li Xian's side and followed his gaze to look outside. Li Xian muttered, "The one who killed the Crown Prince was Li Trinquang, but only the people around him know. If he didn't say, who would know the truth? Such a great merit, but he wasn't moved." "Ha! Ha ha!" Empress Wei said, "Why did Yang Fan refuse to accept the merit? Was he worried that someone would counterattack one day, or did he not want to follow you with all his heart?" Li Xian's expression became even darker. Princess Enlu said in a sweet voice, "Father, mother, you think too much. If Yang Fan had ulterior motives, why would he take the risk to climb the Black Tortoise Gate to escort the Emperor?" Empress Wei said, "Didn't you hear him say that he was also kept in the dark? If he wasn't on good terms with the Dugu clan, Dugu Huizhi wouldn't dare to lightly offend the clan and would have killed him on the spot." Princess Enlu said, "So what? From escorting father out of Fongling, to supporting father in the coup d'état, to charging into the palace to save the emperor and turning the tide, this person's loyalty is indescribable. He's just overly cautious and careful, always thinking of meeting people everywhere, so he isn't willing to walk the same path to the end." Li Xian said with a dark face, "Zhen is the son of heaven. If he isn't loyal to Zhen, where does he want to meet people everywhere? The Prince of Xiang? Humph! This is the greatest disloyalty." Empress Wei reminded, He has done a great service. Do you want to solidify your reputation of being harsh and merciless? Princess Enlu giggled and said, Of course he has to be rewarded for his service. Didn't father just generously bestow Zhang Jianji and the others with titles? Isn't that right, father? Li Xian's anger turned to joy and he said with a smile, It's still my darling daughter who is quick-witted. Princess Enlu giggled, her eyes rippling. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. When Xiao Man heard that her husband had returned, she hurriedly came out of the inner residence. She heard from the steward that her husband had summoned Gu De to his study to discuss matters. Xiao Man returned to the flower hall, sat by the arhat bed, and sighed softly. Anu, who was excitedly making clothes for the child on the arhat bed, glanced at her and said, Something on your mind? Xiao Man shook her head and said, The court is very busy. It's always worrying about husband. Anu bit off the thread and said, Don't worry. He's skilled in martial arts and has a large army. What can happen to him? Xiao Man said, That's not necessarily true. What's the use of being skilled in martial arts? I heard that one of his subordinates also participated in the mutiny and even used medicine to numb him, almost taking his life with one strike. This is impossible to guard against. Besides, he has a large army. Li Duozhua, Li Qianli, and Shatsa Zhongyi, which one of them doesn't have a large army? It's hard for a jar to break out of the well. The general will inevitably. How can I not worry? When Anu heard this, her beautiful eyebrows also gently furrowed. After a moment of silence, she faintly said, Men have to work hard outside. What can we women do about it? Can we persuade husband to give up his official post and live in seclusion to be a carefree farmer? Xiao Man said, Even if you're worried, you have to keep it in your heart. Don't let him see it. It's already very difficult for him. Don't let him worry about the family. Anu gently nodded, I understand. In the study, Gu Da's expression changed when he heard Yang Fan's words. He cried out, What? Sect Master is saying. Yang Fan nodded with a gloomy face, It's better to be safe than sorry. I'm just taking precautions. Just remember it in your heart and don't say it out loud. Gu Da hurriedly cupped his hands and said, This subordinate understands. Chapter 1152. The summer night was windless. Gu Zhuting coaxed the child to sleep and told the wet nurse to carry him. She also had a servant fill the stone cage in front of the bed with crushed ice. Then she slowly walked to the bed, wanting to blow out the lamp and rest. At this time the door opened and someone walked in. Gu Zhuting said, Everyone rest, no need to wait on me. No one answered, but the footsteps came closer. A pair of large hands gently wrapped around her slender waist. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Gu Zhuting knew who it was. She meekly leaned back and nestled against that broad and strong chest. She turned her head and smiled, saying, Something big just happened in the court. I thought you were going to spend the night in the army. Yang Fan said, The 10,000 cavalry is temporarily under the control of Empress Wei's cousin, Wei Bo. The emperor did not tell me to leave, but if I stay there, who will be the leader and who will be the deputy? The king does not see the king, so I'd better come back to accompany my shouting. Gu Zhuting giggled. She slapped away Yang Fan's large hands that were kneading her breasts and gracefully walked away. She lit another lamp and gently asked, Does Lang Jun want to take a bath? Yang Fan admired her graceful figure under the semi-transparent silk nightgown and said, I have already taken a bath. Gu Zhuting made a sound and returned to his side. She leisurely sat on the edge of the bed and said, Do you want someone to send some refreshments? Yang Fan heaved a sigh of relief, leaned back on the bed, and said tiredly, No need, rest early. Gu Zhuting bent her slender waist and helped him take off his boots and sock. She moved his legs to the bed and gently loosened his shoulders. She softly said, Lang Jun is tired, let me give you a massage. Yang Fan grabbed her hand and said, Never mind, after all this work, I'm all sweaty. Come, lie down. Yang Fan reached out and helped her undress. Gu Zhuting's clothing was light to begin with. Once the nightgown was taken off, it fell to the ground. Her soft breasts and snow-white breasts were exceptionally alluring. Gu Zhuting bashfully said, "I'm going to turn off the lamp." Yang Fan said, "How can we still see this beautiful scenery when the lights are out? You're an old married couple, why are you being so coy? Lie down." Gu Zhuting obediently lay beside Yang Fan, letting his big hands rest on her perky buttock. Yang Fan smelled the fragrance of her hair, his big hands gently stroking her buttocks, feeling the softness and elasticity of her skin. He did not speak for a long time. Gu Zhuting sensed something and said softly, "Lang Jun, you must be tired. Do you have something on your mind?" Yang Fan muttered to himself for a while before saying softly, "I've been thinking about something. When I first took over Xianzong, I was a member of the court. At that time I was holding 2 posts and it was easy. Now that it has been a long time, why do I feel that my strength is lacking? I always feel that I can't take care of either end." Gu Zhuting said, "From a small family to a large country, isn't it the same logic?" When Lang Jun had just taken over Xian's sect, the external threat hadn't been eliminated yet, and he had used lightning methods. Naturally, he was able to intimidate everyone. But after a long time, he could not always use cruel methods, and the people below him naturally had all kinds of thoughts. Just like our Tang dynasty, how can the chaos of these years compare to when the country was first established? Yang Fan made a light and said, "Pressing the gourd causes trouble. When the 10,000 cavalry was first established, I focused on the court, and a problem occurred in Xianzong. Even though it was suppressed in time, there were many problems in the future. I discovered it in time and started to focus on Xianzong. Then a problem occurred in the 10,000 cavalry. A general like Dugu Huizhi was bought by someone right under my eyes, and I didn't detect it at all." He was lost in thought for a moment before saying in a low voice, "I always feel that someone is playing tricks behind the scenes." Gu Zhuting comforted, "Lang Jun is thinking too much. Maybe he is too tired, he just needs to rest." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "No, I have a feeling that if I continue to be like now, not willing to give up on either side, in the end I will lose both. I cannot be both far away from the Jianghu and high up in the court, one hand a great general, the other controlling the Jianghu." Gu Zhuting blinked her eyes, infatuated as she gazed at this man's face, which was still handsome, but even more charming because of his maturity. She softly asked, "Then what does Lang Jun plan to do?" Yang Fan was quiet for a while, then softly said, "Sleep. If you're tired, you have to sleep. If you're tired, you have to rest." Wang Tongjiao's attempt to assassinate Wu Sanxi gave Li Xian a chance. He seized this chance to seize the Prince of Xiang's military authority and separate the Southern Guard Imperial Army from the Prince of Xiang's party. Huan Yanfan's attempt to use rumors to drive a wedge between Wu Sanxi and the Emperor gave the Emperor a second chance. Li Xian seized this chance to carry out a major purge of the imperial court, placing his own people in all the important positions. The Crown Prince's forced abdication gave Li Xian a third chance. He used this chance to carry out a major change in the Northern Guard Imperial Army. Wei Wen became the chief supervisor of the Chang'an army, as well as the highest commander of the Imperial Army. The left and right Imperial Guards were under the control of the 2 brothers, Wei Jie and Wei Zhuo. Li Xian also divided the 10,000 cavalry into the left and right Imperial cavalry. At the same time, he set up the left and right Imperial cavalry, imitating the setup of the 10,000 cavalry. They were under the control of Wei Bo, Wei Xian, the Empress's nephew Gaochong, and Enli's lover Wu Yanxiu, thus controlling the military authority. As for Yang Fan, he was once again promoted due to his meritorious service, receiving the title of Grand General who supports the state, the Golden Seal and Purple Ribbon, making him one of the 3 dukes. In the ranks of generals, no one had held the position of Great General of Heavenly Strategies since Li Shimin, because this was an official position once held by the Emperor. As a result, there was only one rank above Yang Fan, Great General of Light Cavalry. In history, only Hua Tsubing, Ma Chao, Chao Hong, Si Qingyi, and a few others had held this position. If Yang Fan could live to the end of his life, he had a high chance of being promoted to Great General of Light Cavalry, standing on the same level as the other sages of the past. At the same time, his title of nobility had been promoted from the County Marquis of the founding county to the County Duke of the founding county. His fief had doubled from 1,000 households to 2,000 households. However, it should be noted that although the title of nobility had no real power, neither did the Grand General who supports the state. Just like when the Prince of Xiang, Li Xian, was in charge of the South Yamen Imperial Army, he was nominally the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Great General Yang had been demoted. This was Li Xian's punishment for denying that he was involved in the death of the Crown Prince. Since you are unwilling to give up and label yourself as Li Xian, then I will deprive you of your power. Li Guo'er was very happy. For the sake of power, her grandmother had killed her son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter, members of the royal family, and ministers. Her father and her brother, the Crown Prince, were the same. For the sake of power, one forced her mother to abdicate, while the other forced her father to abdicate. The charm of power was irresistible. She believed that Yang Fan must be very unwilling to suddenly lose his power. Based on her father's favor, she was fully capable of returning power to Yang Fan. Of course, there was a condition. Yang Fan must crawl under her pomegranate skirt and willingly become her guest. She believed that even though Yang Fan could withstand the temptation of her beauty, he would certainly not be able to resist the temptation of power. Yang Fan had almost become a sore point in her heart. Perhaps it was true that the unobtainable was the best. She had always been thinking about this man. However, she was not in a hurry to throw out her conditions. She would first let that blind guy be disappointed for a while. Li Guo'er was busy preparing for her and Wu Yanxiu's marriage. She felt that Wu Yanxiu was much better than Wu Chongxuan. She was handsome and generous. She did not interfere with her flirting outside. She was a 1 in 1,000 Mr. Right. After Wang Tongjiao's death, his wife, Princess Ding En, was married to Wei Zhuo by the emperor. The soil on Wang Tongjiao's grave had not even dried when they were married. Now that Wu Chongxuan had been dead for a month, Guo'er felt that she had not let her deceased husband down by delaying her marriage until now. Empress Wei was the happiest about Wu Sanxi's death. Ever since the 5 prime ministers and the king of Xiang's faction had been stripped of their power, Princess Taiping's faction had also ceased all activities. The Wei faction's biggest competitor had become the king of Liang's faction. However, Empress Wei did not dare to challenge the king of Liang's faction for the time being. Now, King Liang had been killed by the crown prince. With King Liang's death, the Wu clan was like a group of dragons without a leader. There was no one capable, qualified, or prestigious enough to be the leader of the entire clan. The Wu clan all tried to curry favor with her, and Wu Sanxi's power in the court had no choice but to rely on her. Sanxi and the 5 hounds pledged their loyalty to Empress Wei, the Minister of War Zhong Chuk pledged his loyalty to Empress Wei, the Master Craftsman Sex Jin pledged his loyalty to Empress Wei, the Grand Chancellor Ji Chuna pledged his loyalty to Empress Wei, the Grand Herald Gan Yuanpiao pledged his loyalty to Empress Wei. For a moment, the Wei family was like oil being poured into a raging fire. Usually, those who could become the great general who supports the state were old men in their 70s or 80s. At this age, even if they did not want to retire, they had no choice but to do so. When there was an important celebration in the court, they would be invited. The officials of the same rank would stand behind, and the elders would be invited to sit in front of them. During the court meetings, they would occasionally show their faces to show that they were still alive and could still eat a few bowls of rice. As for writing, teaching, and dispelling doubts, that was the job of the civil officials. Unless they were skilled in both literature and martial arts, they had no fate with being a military general. What could Yang Fan do? He could only roam the forest and enjoy his late years. Yang Fan was unemployed at home. The happiest were Xiao Man and Anu. The two women were pregnant. This time, Lang Jun could finally stay by their side and care for them. How could they not be happy? Gu Zhuting was also very happy. With her Long Juan's company, they could tour the mountains and rivers. It was very comfortable. Also, the more they did it, the more chances they had to bear children. Wan Er also approved of Yang Fan's leisure. No one knew the dangers of the court better than she did. However, she had originally stayed in the court for Yang Fan. Now that Yang Fan had left, she could not leave. This caused Wan Er to feel resentful. At the moment, Empress Wei was busy balancing the various forces within the Wei clan. She had always thought that Wan Er was a rootless duckweed and had to rely on the imperial power to develop. Therefore, she trusted Wan Er. Wan Er had asked to leave the palace several times, but not only did she not get permission, it made Li Xian and Empress Wei even more certain that Wan Er was not greedy for power and was a useful person. Speaking of unhappy people, the most unhappy person was young Master Yang Yanzu. When his father was busy in the army, he rarely came home. At home, Yang Yanzu climbed trees for birds, shot birds from the roof, dived into the water to catch fish, and led a group of friends of the Gu family to fight with other children in the square. How carefree and happy he was! Seeing that he was about to get the nickname of Little Overlord, his father came back and made him study as soon as he came back. His happy childhood was all ruined. His heroic dream of dominating Longqing Square and dominating Longqing Qi was also shattered. A small person often wandered by Longqing Pool, looking up at the sky and sighing, "I order Shi-He to break up the division, hope you don't force me. The road is long and far, I will search from top to bottom." His voice was sad, and so was his emotion. How could people not feel sympathetic tears? Chapter 1153. At the end of summer, Xiaoman and Nu gave birth. Xiaoman gave birth to another son and Nu gave birth to a daughter. Both of them had sons and daughters. The Yang family had a new member and the Yang mansion was full of joy. In the golden autumn, the family decided to leave Chang and travel to Qi province again. This time, Yang Fan had plenty of time. The family planned to stay in Qi province for a few more days. Therefore, they prepared a lot of things for the journey and filled 6 carriages. Yang Yanzu was very happy. At least during this period, he did not have to be forced by his father to memorize books every day. In fact, Yang Fan could not bear to see him distressed. He remembered that when he was young, he was naughty and refused to study. He was beaten by his father many times. At that time, he thought that when he grew up and had his own children, he would not be forced to study. But today, he still could not get rid of the path that his father had taken. In the end, it was for his son's future. How many people could understand the pains of a parent? 6 carriages used to transport goods, plus the carriages used by the 3 madams, wet nurses, children, and maids, totaled 15 to 16 carriages. There were also nearly 100 guards and servants dressed in bright clothes and riding on horses. They majestically walked onto Vermilion Bird Avenue. Yang Fan was going to the farm in Qi province to relax, so he did not put on the ceremonial guard of the general-in-chief, who supports the state. But for the convenience of the journey, the official lanterns and banners had to be hung up. Therefore, when they walked on Vermilion Bird Avenue, they were seen by Princess Annel, who was walking towards them. Wu Chongxuan's corpse was not cold yet, and Enlo had already become a bride. Wu Yanxiu was a tactful person. Moreover, now that Wei clan was in control of the court, Wu clan had become a vassal of Wei clan. Wu Yanxiu had lost all her confidence. Naturally, she could not interfere with Princess Enli's actions like Wu Chongxuan. Princess Enli was really in a good place now. Not only did she often have illicit relations with Cui Shi, she also found a few new gigolos. All of them were beautiful young men with jade faces and red lips. Among them were Cui Shi's brothers Cui Yi and Cui Di. the few of them often fooled around with each other. Today, Princess Enlu returned from her trip. Because she drank a few cups of wine, she was slightly tipsy. She drew the curtains and welcomed the autumn wind to sober up. Suddenly, she saw Yang Fan's banner and hurriedly called out, "Stop the carriage." The two carriages stopped when they passed each other. Princess Enlu bent her willowy waist and leisurely walked out of the carriage. Looking at the carriage that stopped at the intersection, she giggled and asked, "Are you the great general who aids the nation?" The curtain of the carriage was lifted. Yang Fan was sitting in the carriage, indifferently looking at her. Sitting beside him was Gu Zhuting, like a little bird leaning on a man. Yang Fan ordered softly, and the Yang family's carriages continued to move forward. Young Master Yang poked his head out of the window, and with a dignified look, he stared at Princess Enlu very seriously. When Princess Enlu saw that her beauty could even attract such a young child, she couldn't help but raise her chin proudly, the corners of her lips curling into a smile. However, eldest young Master Yang turned around and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Mother, the dress that this lady is wearing is very similar to the one we have at home, but it's not as pretty as ours." Princess Enli's smile immediately froze on her face. Yang Fan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He walked out of the carriage and cupped his hands at Princess Enlu, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness." Enlu was angered by eldest young Master Yang to the point that her face turned ashen. She said to Yang Fan with a straight face, "I'm very well. How is Great General Yang?" Yang Fan smiled. "I'm very well, I have nothing to worry about. Qi Province's mountains and rivers have always been beautiful since ancient times. Isn't this a beautiful and joyful trip to the west?" Enlu curled her lips lightly and said, "Hypocrite, who would be willing to lose their power to someone else? However, if you want to regain your power, it's not impossible, as long as you're willing to beg me." Princess Enli's eyes were watery, and there was a hint of coquettish charm in them. Her eyelashes were like a brush dipped in honey, twinkling and teasing Yang Fan. Yang Fan turned around, bent down, entered the carriage, and sat down. He then said loudly, "Let's go." The carriage's curtains were drawn, and the coachman cracked his whip. The carriage then chased after the large group of people. Princess Enli's face turned ashen again. That evening, the Yang family stayed in a small town. After the family settled down, Yang Fan called Ren Wei to him and instructed him in a low voice, "I want to meet Shin Mu on this trip to Qi Province." Ren Wei revealed a slightly surprised expression, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Yang Fan must have something else to say. Yang Fan said, "The obvious and hidden sex can't continue to be in a stalemate like this. If this goes on, it won't be good for either of us. I think that after such a long stalemate, Shin Mu should have a clear idea of what to do. We have broken away from the 7 sects and 5 families and were able to cooperate with them from vassals. Furthermore, we have been cooperating very well. Can't the obvious and hidden sects find a suitable solution?" Yang Fan slowly paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. He muttered to himself, "This time, I contacted him for this purpose, and he agreed. However, I might have a vast farmland in Qi Province and am the biggest landlord there, but that place is still under the hidden sect's control. One must always be on guard. Do you understand?" Ren Wei nodded forcefully. Yang Fan nodded and said, "I have already asked Guda to head to Qi Province first to make preparations. You are the leader of my personal guards. The safety of my family and I will ultimately be in your hands. You will be in the light and Guda will be in the dark. You must ensure the safety of my family in Qi Province." Ren Wei replied, "Yes. This subordinate will do his best to ensure the safety of Sect Lord and your family. It's just that the hidden sect's intentions are unclear, and this trip might be dangerous. Since Sect Lord has decided to meet with Shin Mu in Qi Province, why do you have to take the risk and bring your family along?" Yang Fan said, "I will bring my family, and it will be in his territory to prove my sincerity. However, you don't have to worry too much. Not only do I have Gouda in the dark, but I also have you in the light. Furthermore, I am still the Empire supporting general of the Imperial Court. Yang Fan smiled and said, In the Imperial Court, I don't have much of a say as a general. However, as the Empire supporting general, I represent the Imperial Court's reputation. If something were to happen out of nowhere, the Imperial Court wouldn't look good, and the local officials wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Do you think they wouldn't send someone to protect me? Shen Mu's hidden sect might be roaming the pugilistic world, but they are also seeking power and wealth and not robbing others. I believe they won't take the risk out of desperation and do something that is too out of line. Renwei nodded and said, Yes, this subordinate understands. When Renwei saw that Yang Fan didn't have any other instructions, he cupped his hands and said, This subordinate will go make some arrangements now. Renwei turned and left. Yang Fan suddenly said, I know that there are some doyens in the sect who are dissatisfied with my forbearance and compromise. I also know that you beheaded Li Chenquang because you wanted to ease the conflict between me and the doyens and fight for more benefits for my obvious sect. The reason why I didn't accept it is because… Renwei stopped and slowly turned around to look at Yang Fan. Yang Fan said, It is because we are not looking at the present. We are looking at decades, centuries, or even millennia from now. Therefore, we cannot walk on a path that we can't turn back from once we step on it. Yang Fan stared at Renwei and said, If you are not in a position, don't think about politics. No matter how good your intentions are, I hope that you will abide by your duties in the future and not make decisions for me. As Yang Fan spoke, his expression turned cold. Renwei's body trembled slightly as he lowered his head and said, Yes, this subordinate understands. 5 zhang plains, in front of the deep ditch that had been washed by the river, Yang Fan and Shen Mu stood shoulder to shoulder. The power of heaven and earth had carved an incomparably magnificent picture here, and the passage of time had painted it with a layer of desolate glaze. Standing here, one could not help but feel nostalgic. Shen Mu stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind. His originally ordinary appearance was slightly elegant because of this. Yang Fan glanced at him, and then at Shen Mu's guard who was standing very far away. He said, You are not afraid that I will throw you down with my hand and smash you to pieces? Shen Mu smiled slightly and teased him. Since you have brought your entire family to Qi province, would I doubt your sincerity? Yang Fan sighed and said, Brother Shen, in this year, the two of us have been estranged. Shen Mu also sighed and said, Fortunately, the obvious and hidden sects are not as incompatible as they used to be. Yang Fan said, But if the two sides continue to be like this, there will be a day when they will really be incompatible because they will trip each other up and both sides will suffer great losses. No one can tolerate this kind of loss to continue indefinitely. I'm afraid that even you and I can't control what will happen when that time comes. Shen Mu frowned and said, You want to reconcile with me? Yang Fan said, Don't you want to? The two of them looked at each other. Shen Mu slowly turned around and looked down at the deep valley in front of him. He said, The matter back then should not have escalated to such a stage. I admit that both sides wanted to earn more benefits, but the obvious and hidden sects had a very harmonious relationship at that time. Under normal circumstances, no one from either side would dare to take the initiative to provoke them. If the matter was blown out of proportion, then they would lose the original intention of seeking wealth. Yang Fan turned his head and looked at him in confusion. Shen Mu slowly said, I have my suspicions about this, but after investigating for a long time, I still couldn't find any clues. But later on, when I was handling another matter, my subordinates unexpectedly found an accountant who had a huge amount of wealth. It was very considerable. Yang Fan's eyes moved a little, but he didn't say anything. The wind fluttered his hair and his gaze was like an arrow. Shen Mu said, He shouldn't have so much money, even if he embezzled all the money in his account. In fact, there was nothing wrong with his account, and he didn't embezzle a single cent. He didn't commit any crime, and no matter how rich his family is, it has nothing to do with our hidden sect. This matter should have ended here, but he just happened to be one of the main parties involved in the conflict between the obvious and hidden sects. Furthermore, the brother that I sent to investigate this matter happened to be especially shrewd. Yang Fan blurted out, "What did you find?" Chapter 1154. Shin Mu remained silent for a long time before he slowly said, "What's strange is that I didn't discover anything." Yang Fan frowned and said, "That's it? Isn't this the same as saying nothing?" Shin Mu suddenly laughed and said, "However, I am different from you. The rules of the government and the pugilistic world are different. On your side, you can't do anything without evidence, because once the rules of authority are broken, it will be a nightmare for all officials. Unless you want to be a handsome official and have the support of the emperor. Even so, the outcome is worrying." Shin Mu pointed at his own nose and said, "But the pugilistic world has its own set of rules. In the pugilistic world, if you are powerful enough, you can set the rules. Your words are the rules." Yang Fan let out a long sigh and looked into the distance. He said, "The pugilistic world yearns for it." Shin Mu laughed and said, "If you yearn for it, why don't we swap? I have many strange people under me. Among them, there is who is proficient in the art of bewitching. Thus, I asked someone to kidnap the shopkeeper, who is suspicious but has no flaws, and asked him to use the art of bewitching to interrogate him. As long as one's willpower isn't firm enough, those who are bewitched by his art of bewitching will confess everything." Yang Fan asked, "What's the outcome?" Shin Mu said, "He was indeed bribed by someone and accepted a huge sum of money. Then, he blew the matter up and caused a conflict between the obvious and hidden sect. As a member of the hidden sect, he has long been dissatisfied with the obvious sect's competition. Furthermore, he felt that I was overly tolerant towards the obvious sect. From his point of view, he was just pushing the boat with the current for the sake of the hidden sect. Under the state of bewitching, he still didn't think that this was a betrayal to the hidden sect or to me." Yang Fan interrupted his words and said, "Brother Shin, aren't you a little too old?" Shin Mu was startled and asked with astonishment, "Why?" Yang Fan said, "You can't get to the main point after talking for so long. I want to know who is the mastermind behind the scenes." Shin Mu simply replied, "I don't know." Yang Fan was stunned. Shin Mu said, "The person who bribed him didn't expose his identity. Even the person who was in charge of bribing him didn't know his name and identity. However, this person accurately grasped the shopkeeper's mentality and made use of the shopkeeper's dissatisfaction and anger. In addition to a huge sum of money, he made use of a person who still had no intention of betraying the hidden sect." Shin Mu looked at Yang Fan and said, "This person is very good at grasping people's hearts, and he seems to understand the situation of our two sects very well." Yang Fan said, "And then? You won't let this go, will you?" Shin Mu said, "That's right. With the financial resources and understanding of our situation, only the 4 factions would want to touch us." Yang Fan couldn't help but frown again. "So many?" Shin Mu bitterly smiled and said, "Not only are there many of them, but they are also complicated. Among these 4 factions, one of them might be someone from my inner circle who is dissatisfied with my tolerance towards the hidden sect. Another might be someone from your inner circle who is dissatisfied with your tolerance towards us. Kiki, there will always be people who don't know the hardships of others and don't know the difficulties of their position. They will always think that they are at a disadvantage." Yang Fan grunted and said, "I've also suspected this before. What about the other 2 parties?" Shin Mu said, 7 sects and 5 families. Perhaps, they are not willing to lose control of us and hope to provoke a fierce battle between us. When both sides are injured, they will come out to clean up the mess and bring us back into their control." Yang Fan said, "This is also possible. Shin Mu said, "There is still the last party, which is the Lu clan." Yang Fan's eyes flashed and said, "Isn't the Lu clan also one of the 7 sects and 5 families?" Shin Mu said, "But our goals are different, so I have sent people to investigate Lu Binji's whereabouts." Yang Fan thought and said emotionally, "No matter if it is the hidden sect or the hidden sect, if there is a senior elder who is dissatisfied with the current situation and uses his power to cause trouble in the dark, it will not be easy to find him. As for the 7 sects and 5 families, the 7 enormous aristocratic families, you cannot be sure who instigated it or who executed it. It is also as difficult as ascending to the heavens to investigate a secret of the aristocratic families that are impenetrable and impenetrable. As for Lu Binji, he is a person who should have the right to inherit the family. Since he has been stripped of his power, he is like a prince who has lost his power. The Lu clan will definitely be on guard against him and forbid people from coming into contact with him. They will also be very secretive about his current situation. It will be very difficult for you to find out." Shin Mu nodded and said, "It is best that you know. This is the reason why I did not contact you all this while and watched as the relationship between both sides became more and more indifferent. I hope that the mastermind behind the scenes believes that both sides have completely broken off. I hope that he will make a move again. Since I have already noticed it, as long as he makes a move, it will not be so easy for him to escape unscathed." Yang Fan said, "But they have not made a move again?" Shin Mu said, "Yes, they have not. It seems that they only did this one thing and lost interest in us. Therefore, I think that among the 4 suspicious forces, the Lu family is the least suspicious. If the mastermind is Lu Binji, with his hatred for you and me, he wouldn't have done such a trivial thing and then disappeared." Yang Fan said, "For the past year, the imperial court has been very busy. If we are not careful, we will fall. Thus, I have put more effort in this area and neglected many other things. When the crown prince rebelled, I was drugged by my own people and almost lost my life." Shin Mu said, "I already know about this. Fortunately, nothing happened to you. Otherwise, the situation between the obvious and hidden sects will be broken, and a huge battle will be inevitable. However, if you really died, I believe that the final victory will belong to the hidden sects. Thus, I feel rather regretful." "Haha." Yang Fan looked at him and said, "But there is something you do not know. When we were chasing after the crown prince in Mount Zhongnan, I realized perhaps Dugu Huizhi was not the only one who was bribed by my side. There are others, and this person might know who is the mastermind behind the scenes." This time, it was Shin Mu's turn to be moved. "Who?" Yang Fan said, "I also want to know. This is the main reason why I invited you here. After the obvious and hidden sects patriarchs broke off, they suddenly had a secret meeting. Oh, I think they will tell the mastermind about this, right?" While Yang Fan and Shin Mu were talking about Lu Binji was in a hidden courtyard in Chang'an. He was dressed in a spotless and snow-white robe, sitting cross-legged and playing the zither. The sound of the zither was melodious, and it seemed like Lu Binji was in a good mood. There was a praying mat on each side of him, and 2 men dressed in green were kneeling with their hands on their knees. They had solemn expressions. One of them was in his early 20s, and he had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. Although he was wearing a long robe that covered his well-built body, it was still hard to conceal the muscles on his back and arms that could burst out with powerful strength. This person was obviously a martial artist. The other person was different. He was in his early 30s and he had a small beard. He had an elegant and refined demeanor, and he had the unique charm of a mature man. He sat there quietly with his eyes slightly closed. He had a smile on his face as he listened to Lu Binji's zither. The gentle sunlight shone on his body, and he looked like a book that emitted the fragrance of ink. His scent was completely different from that young martial artist, but they both had a special masculine scent. After Lu Binji finished playing, he gently pressed his fingers down and stopped the lingering sound of the zither. He smiled and said, Shin Mu and Yang Fan, huh? There's no need to pay attention to them. Yang Fan's power has fallen, and he can only focus on Jianghu from now on. There's already a flood dragon in Jianghu, so how could he allow him to spy on his territory? They will fight sooner or later. If we intervene now, we will arouse their vigilance, and that won't be good. A respectful reply came from the door. Yes, this lowly officer will immediately reply to him according to young master's instructions. It turned out that the barrier door was closed, and there was a person kneeling at the door. This person was covered in dust, and it was obvious that he had come from afar. The barrier door was closed, and the sound of distant footsteps could be heard. Lu Binji turned to the two kneeling in front of him and said, The two of you have your own unique skills. One of you is a martial artist, and his bowing technique is especially brilliant. The other has exquisite medical skills, and is especially good at treating diseases related to gynecology. I have racked my brains to transfer the two of you into the Featherwood Guard and the Imperial Physicians' Bureau. Are you clear on your mission? The two bowed and said, Mr. Ding has already clearly explained the mission that young master has given us. Very well, you can leave now. For the sake of your safety, this young master will not contact you again until you make some progress. The two of you must take care of yourselves. The two placed their hands on their knees and bowed to Lu Binji before walking out. Lu Binji stared at their backs. Once the barrier door was closed and his hands were placed on the zither, he heard another voice from outside. Young master, I've returned. The barrier door opened, and Ding Yu took off his shoes and entered the room, bowing to Lu Binji. Sit. Lu Binji raised his hands from the zither and confidently brushed them to the right. Ding Yu sat down on the prayer mat. Lu Binji asked, How is the matter going? Ding Yu replied, The Prince of Xiang is in a bit of trouble. We tried to get in touch with him, and after probing, we discovered that although he was rather dissatisfied with his current situation, he had no intention of resisting. Our people were too enthusiastic and almost made him wary of us. However, we have made considerable progress with Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping's #1 strategist, Grand Sir Mo, is very passionate about power. The Prince of Xiang and Taiping's faction have suffered great losses, and the Wei clan's faction has suddenly emerged as a new force. In order to grasp as much wealth and power as possible, Grand Sir Mo seems to be somewhat unscrupulous. Lu Binji thoughtfully said, Princess Taiping? Haha, although Wu Zetian is already dead, she ruled the world for 20-some years and became the first female emperor since ancient times. Her influence is truly not small. Even now, women's thirst for power is still greater than men's. Princess Taiping, Empress Wei. I didn't think that my two stakes would ultimately fall on women. He turned to Ding Yu and leisurely said, Strengthen your relationship with this Grand Sir Mo. Money, beauty, whatever he wants, give him. This line cannot be broken. Yes. A moment later, the melodious sound of the zither rang out once more. Chapter 1155. Yang Fan and Shin Mu stood at the edge of the cliff. They first gazed at the gorge and indifferently said something. Then, they looked at each other with excited expressions. As they spoke, Yang Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed Shin Mu's collar. He then buckled his belt and lifted Shin Mu up. When Shin Mu's subordinates saw this, they immediately unsheathed their weapons and rushed over. Renwei, Gu Er, and the others didn't hesitate either. Both parties used the telekinesis technique and rushed to Yang Fan and Shin Mu's side at almost the same time. Seeing that Shin Mu was already under Yang Fan's control, Shin Mu's subordinates didn't dare to take even half a step closer. Shin Mu was lifted into the air by Yang Fan. In front of him was a precipitous cliff. If Yang Fan loosened his grip, Shin Mu would fall down and be smashed to pieces. However, even though Shin Mu was in a sorry state, he didn't seem flustered at all. There was even a hint of a mocking smile on his face. However, because he was suspended in the air, His smile seemed a little strange. Youngsters are still youngsters after all. They can't keep their composure and want to kill me just because of a disagreement. Erlang, this doesn't suit your current status. Why don't you think about whose territory this is? Even if you can kill me, do you think you can leave safely? Don't think that you can guarantee your safety just because you're an official. Even if you can mobilize the army to escort you back to the capital, you and your family will continue to be hunted until you die. Do you believe that? I don't believe it. Yang Fan sneered and suddenly threw Shenmu forward. Shenmu's subordinates cried out in alarm. They realized that their sovereign wasn't being thrown down the cliff, but towards them. Several of them quickly abandoned their weapons and went to catch Shenmu. Yang Fan threw Shenmu with quite a bit of force. Those people caught Shenmu and had to take a few steps back before they could dissipate the force. Yang Fan said, shameless boasting. So what if you're young Master Jiang? If you die, then so be it. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Do you think that your men will be loyal to you? After you die, will they still be loyal and devoted to you? Shenmu stood still and tidied up his clothes. He smiled and said, Since you don't believe me, why did you let me go? Yang Fan pressed down on the hilt of his saber and said sternly, Because I want to defeat you fair and square. Shenmu disdainfully glanced at him and said, You? Yang Fan said solemnly, Just me. In the past, I spent too much energy on the imperial court, which gave you the opportunity to take advantage of. Now, as long as I focus on Jianghu will no longer be your world. The future king of Jianghu will definitely be called Yang Fan. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Yang Fan didn't seem to want to bicker with Shenmu anymore. He waved his hand and left with his men. Shenmu's men turned their heads to look at the sovereign. Shenmu's relaxed smile disappeared the moment Yang Fan turned around. There was only a trace of cold, killing intent in his eyes. After Yang Fan left, he immediately left Wuzhong Plain with his family. They sped all the way until they reached the intersection of the official road outside a big city. At this time, a group suddenly rushed over from another road. Under the command of Renwei, Yang Fan's hundreds of guards immediately became alert. The sovereign tried to reconcile with Shenmu, but both sides became more and more tense. Although they were already close to the city, and it was unlikely that someone would rob and kill the current defender-supporting general, no one could guarantee that such a thing would not happen. The group of people gradually approached. When they saw their faces clearly, Renwei and the others were stunned. This group of people was a little too strange. A small half of them were border soldiers, but the other half were Tubo people wearing triangular lapel robes and wide-brimmed hats. Judging from the flags they were waving, there were flags of both Tang and Tubo. This was obviously a group of Tubo people escorted into the city by the border army. Even so, Renwei still didn't dare to be careless and ordered his men to be on high alert. When those people arrived in front of them, they found it strange that Yang Fan's men looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they didn't think that someone would dare to rob and kill soldiers here. Therefore, they only looked at them curiously and turned into the main road into the city. The soldiers in front had just turned into the official road when a border army general lightly galloped over. When this person saw Yang Fan, he was immediately startled. After taking a closer look, he immediately dismounted from his horse and hurriedly took a few steps forward. He cupped his fists towards Yang Fan and said with slight excitement, Chizhou's Major Qian Jiu greets the defender-supporting general. Yang Fan was wearing a casual robe at this time. He didn't expect that someone would recognize him in this place. He was slightly startled and asked in surprise, Major Qian, you recognize me? Qian Jiu nodded repeatedly and said, I recognize you, I recognize you. When the defender-supporting general toured Wuzhong Plain, this lowly official was the secretary of the Chizhou government. I once accompanied my magistrate to escort the Tubo and his personal envoy to the capital and met the defender-supporting general once. It's just that this lowly official's position is too low, so I've never had the honor to speak with the great general. This time, when the defender supporting general toured the Chizhou government, the imperial court informed the local authorities. This lowly official recognized you at one glance. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. This person's memory was really good. When he and Wan toured the Chizhou together, he only met him once. Now that 7 or 8 years had passed, he unexpectedly still remembered. Yang Fan nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I wonder if the Tubo people escorted by Major Qian this time are the Tubo's envoy?" Qian Jiu said, "Exactly." Yang Fan said, "Oh, the Tubo king sent an envoy to the east this time. What is his purpose?" Qian Jiu said, It's also for marriage." When Yang Fan heard this, he was greatly surprised and involuntarily said, "Marriage? Isn't the Tubo king only 7 or 8 years old now? Are they going to get married so soon?" Qian Jiu put his hands down and said with a smile, "The Tubo king is still a month away from turning 7 years old, but marriage, age is not a problem." Yang Fan was speechless. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, I won't delay your official business any longer." Qian Jiu hurriedly said, "How can this lowly official dare to compete with the great general who supports the state? Great general, please go first." Yang Fan said, I came to Shichi this time to tour the mountains and enjoy the scenery. Only by riding the reins of the horse will I be able to enjoy the scenery. You go, don't worry about me." Only then did Qian Jiu reluctantly agree. He led the horse for a distance before climbing onto the horse's back. He then ordered his men to slow down to avoid stirring up dust and making the great general unhappy. Seeing how meticulous he was, Yang Fan's impression of this person deepened a bit. In the cloud-gazing pavilion, Li Xian and Empress Wei sat there, smiling as they watched the shouting and neighing of the horses on the field outside the pavilion. A small, vermilion-red ball, under the struggle of the 10 people on both sides, continuously transformed into a red arc that swept across the sky. On the wide polo field, 10 horses galloped back and forth freely. The riders on the horses waved their staves as if they were brandishing horse-slaying swords. They were full of murderous intent and were as graceful as dragons. Among them, there was a young and handsome rider whose skills were particularly superb. Whether it was galloping on the horse or swinging his stave to intercept the ball, he was awe-inspiring. He was bare-chested, and his strong muscles glowed with a bronze light. Due to excessive exercise, his firm muscles glistened under the sun, revealing a kind of infatuating masculine beauty. "Good!" Seeing that the rider swinging his stave again, the red ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the goal. Empress Wei couldn't help but applaud and exclaim, "That was a great hit. Si Sun, what's this young man's name?" Because Yang Si Sun had beheaded Yi Huli under the Black Tortoise School, he had been put in an important position by Li Xian. Now, he was a high-ranking eunuch serving the emperor. Hearing Empress Wei's question, Yang Si Sun glanced at the young man and recognized him as the imperial bodyguard Yang Jun, who had just entered the Yulin Guard for less than a month. He replied, "Replying to your ladyship, this person's surname is Yang, and his full name is Yang Jun." "Yang Jun," Empress Wei nodded and raised her charming eyebrows, saying, "This man hit the ball well. Reward him with 3 gold coins." Yang Si Sun quickly agreed. A young eunuch went to the palace treasury to retrieve the gold to prepare as a reward for Yang Jun. At this time, the field changed, and at the same time, it was halftime. Empress Wei withdrew her gaze and began to chat and laugh with Li Xian. When the second half began, Empress Wei suddenly felt some discomfort in her stomach, so she left early to return to her chambers to rest. Li Xian was a fan of the Ma family. Seeing that his wife didn't seem to be seriously ill, he stayed behind to continue watching the game. After imperial physician Luo Jinrong received the empress decree from the palace eunuch, he asked about the empress' discomfort. After a moment of thought, he said, This imperial physician will arrange for a suitable imperial physician to enter the palace. Please wait a moment, eunuch. Imperial physician Luo Jinjing walked out of his room and called over a young medicine boy, telling him to summon imperial physician Ma Chinka. A moment later, Ma Chinka hurried over with the young medicine boy. This Ma Chinka was about 30 years old. His face was like a crown of jade, his eyes like bright stars, and his temperament was refined. He was truly a man of striking appearance, and in his every movement there was an indescribable refinement, as if he was a scroll filled with the fragrance of ink. Who knew how many young girls who lived in the legends of talented scholars and beautiful women would fall in love at first sight when they saw such a distinguished person? When Ma Chinka saw Luo Jinrong, he smiled and cupped his hands, greeting, "Imperial Physician Luo." Luo Jinrong said, "Imperial Physician Ma, Her Majesty's jade body is not well. She wants you to enter the palace to treat her." Ma Chinka made a sound and happily bowed, replying, "Yes, this Ma will enter the palace now." Luo Jinrong continued, "Her Majesty's jade body is very precious. You must be especially careful when treating her. You must not show off your medical skills. You must be safe, understand?" Ma Chinka understood tacitly and revealed a grateful expression, saying, "Yes, many thanks to Elder Imperial Physician for your teachings." He took Luo Jinrong's hand and shook it gently, as if expressing his gratitude. An extremely smooth and round object was gently stuffed into his palm. Luo Jinrong felt the longan-sized object in his palm. His hand naturally drooped down, the bead was tucked into his sleeve. He said to Ma Chinka, "Come with me, the palace eunuchs will take you in. This is your first time entering the palace. You must be well behaved at all times and listen to that eunuch's advice." Along the way, Luo Jinrong thought, "This Ma Chinka's medical skills in the field of gynecology are extremely brilliant. If not for his young age, he would have long become a famous doctor. Now I only need to endure for a few days. Why did he give me so many benefits just to fight for this opportunity to enter the palace? If I can obtain the Empress's appreciation, I will become famous even faster. But are the people of the Tian family so easy to serve? Accompanying the Emperor is like accompanying a tiger. In the end, he is still a young man, eager for quick success and instant benefits." Chapter 1156. There was a Ma clan manor in the outskirts of Qi Province's Linyu City. The Ma clan was a large clan here, and they were the second largest landowner in Qi Province after the Shangguan clan. While the Ma clan was not as large as the Shangguan clan in terms of land, the Ma clan had 4 large farms and tens of thousands of war horses. Even the imperial court's imperial servant temple, which was in charge of horses, treated the Ma clan well. The Ma clan's fine horses were an important supplement for the imperial court. Because of this, the Linyu Ma clan had an unusual status in the local area. The main officials of the local government would all address the Ma clan as brother when they met the Ma clan. If it wasn't for Shangguan Wan'er's status in the imperial court, the Shangguan clan might not be as powerful as the Ma clan just because they owned a vast expanse of fertile land in the Qi province. The Ma clan was so prestigious in the area, and Ma Jia village naturally became a forbidden land that no one dared to offend. But these few days, Ma Jia village's security seemed to be even tighter than before, especially at night. The entire manor would quickly quiet down, and there would be no laughter or noise. There were only shadows moving in and out of the shadows. There were many top experts in the shadows, and there were also dozens of vicious dogs patrolling the Ma residence. With such tight security, even an expert in stealth like Gu Zhuting would have a hard time penetrating. In the middle of the night, the bright moon was shining high in the sky. A dark shadow leaped over the wall and boldly barged into the back of the house. Between the light and the dark, people kept coming up to greet him, but that person only needed to show one thing before he entered the house, as if there was no one there. But the people that went up knew this person's identity. He was the sovereign's secret guard. This Majia village was the property of the hidden sect, and the Majia village manor lord Maru Feng was Shen Mu's subordinate. Shen Mu was currently living in Majia village, and because he had become enemies with the Xian sect again, the security here was naturally very tight. Just like how Yang Fan had a secret guard like Gouda, Shen Mu also had a group of people that always walked in the shadows. The person that entered Ma Jia village right now was undoubtedly one of them. This person stopped outside Shen Mu's bedroom, and the light from the corridor shone on his body. He had a tall and sturdy body, and his face was covered with a green cloth that only revealed a pair of bright and spirited eyes. Someone went in to report, and a moment later, the barrier door opened. The two guards standing in front of the door moved to the left and right to make way. The masked man went straight in, and the barrier door closed behind him. There was another person waiting in the room. It was an extremely graceful woman with a charming smile on her face. With rosy cheeks and watery eyes, it was obvious that she had just gone through a storm. She was obviously a delicate beauty, but the masked man could tell at a glance that this woman was also a first-class expert. When there was no danger, she would be as gentle as a cat, but when she was in danger, she would not only be a fierce female cat, but a terrifying tiger. With her slender and soft hands, it would be no more difficult for her to break a strong man's neck than picking up an eyebrow pencil. The masked man raised his eyebrows and walked past her. He smelled a nice fragrance. When he entered the inner room, he saw Shen Mu lazily getting up and putting on his sleeping robe. The masked man took off his mask, and the gentle light shone on his face. It was good as Shen Mu asked him bluntly, "So fast? Is there a result on Erling's side?" Gouda laughed and said, "With our Gu family's tracking technique, very few people can escape our surveillance if we keep an eye on them." Shen Mu also laughed and suddenly asked, "Who is that person?" Gouda's face revealed a strange expression as he said, "Lu Binji." Shen Mu was slightly startled and said in surprise, "The second son of the Lu family? This is really unexpected." His eyes flashed as he said, "I always thought that Lu Binji would be a playboy for the rest of his life. I didn't expect him to be able to keep me in the dark. After 3 days, I really have to look at him in a different light." Shen Mu lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then looked up and asked, "What does Erling plan to do?" Gouda said, "My clan leader thinks that we can beat him at his own game." The smile on Shen Mu's face became even wider. "Good idea. Since it is like this, I will continue to send people to the Lu family to inquire about second young master Lu. Let us see what this second young master is planning." The bright moon was like a jade plate, quietly hanging in the air. A corner of the eaves was so sharp that it seemed to want to stab at the bright moon. Li Xian and Empress Wei stood by the railing, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Empress Wei said, "What do you plan to do with the Tubo envoy?" Li Xian said, "Our daughters are already betrothed. If he came 2 years earlier, it would not be a problem to marry Ding off. But now, naturally there is no other way." Princess Ding was Wang Tongjiao's wife and Li Xian's daughter. But a concubine-born daughter was not that favored in Li Xian's heart. From the start, Li Xian had never thought of letting An Lu go to Tubo to suffer. But if it was Princess Ding, if possible, it was not impossible to use her as a political tool, even if that Tubo king was only 6 years old. Empress Wei said, "But that Tubo envoy is very sincere in his praise." He also stated that as long as it is a daughter of the imperial clan, it does not have to be your daughter. If you refuse, aren't you afraid of causing more disputes between the two countries? Li Xian looked strangely at Empress Wei and said, "Wife's meaning is..." Empress Wei said, "Concubine thinks that there is no harm in agreeing to them. The Tubo king is only 6 years old and is in such a hurry to make the marriage. He hopes that he will receive the approval of our Tang dynasty and thus stabilize his throne. The Tubo princes have never given up their ambitions for the throne. If we can win over Tubo right now, it will be of great benefit to our Tang dynasty." Li Xian said, Xiang Princess? Once Xiang Princess marries Tubo, won't it strengthen Xiang Princess's power? His wariness toward Xiang Princess could not be displayed so clearly in front of his officials. He still had to work hard to pretend to be a brother, but in front of his own wife, there was no need to conceal it. Empress Wei sneered, her laughter not without a hint of mockery. Li Xian glanced at her with some sensitivity. Empress Wei said, times have changed. Now it cannot be judged according to the original situation. At that time, Tubo and the Turks proposed at the same time. One wanted to marry Xiang Princess, the other wanted to marry the Crown Prince's son. Their purpose was to provoke a struggle for the throne. Now that you have become the emperor, the situation is naturally different. Moreover, the Tubo king is still young and his throne is not stable. He proposed to the Tang dynasty in the hope of gaining the approval of the Tang dynasty. He does not have the strength to interfere with our internal affairs. Making the marriage with Tubo is precisely the time for our court to exert influence in Tubo. Think about it, if this happens, will the Tubo king curry favor with you, will the Tubo princes curry favor with you? Li Xian listened and nodded his head repeatedly. A trace of ruthlessness flitted across Empress Wei's face. She said, moreover, Xiang Princess has performed meritorious deeds for you and for the country. He is also your brother. If he does not make any mistakes, you will not have a suitable excuse to deal with him. If he does make some mistakes in this matter, when the time comes. Li Xian understood tacitly and revealed a proud smile. Empress Wei continued, even if he is cautious and always plays the turtle, as long as Tubo sends troops to invade and harass our Tang dynasty, don't you think he, as the father-in-law of Tubo, will find it very awkward? Will he avoid arousing suspicion? When the time comes, he will have to know his place and behave himself, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Hearing this, Li Xian's heart burst with joy. Putting his arm around Empress Wei's shoulder, he said, wife is truly your husband's strategist. If I leave you, your husband really does not know what to do. Li Xian only made a gesture of intimacy, but the two had not been intimate for many years. Empress Wei felt rather uncomfortable. Without a trace, she left Li Xian's embrace and said, since the decision has been made, husband should issue an edict to the Prince of Xiang's residence tomorrow. Your wife is tired and wants to go back and rest. Li Xian awkwardly said, all right, wife can rest. Your husband will also go to sleep. Watching Empress Wei leisurely walk toward the Empress's palace, Li Xian gave a light sigh and went straight to his own quarters. In Empress Wei's palace, she lightly creased her moon-like brows as she drank the last mouthful of the disgusting medicinal concoction. A maid immediately brought over a cup of sweet water mixed with honey. Empress Wei rinsed her mouth and glanced at Machinka, who was solemnly standing in front of the bed. She said, after taking the medicine you prescribed, Ben Gong truly did feel a bit more comfortable, but there was no great improvement. Recently, I still often suffer from insomnia and headache. My body is also very tired, and I often lose my temper for no reason at all. Tell me, just what kind of illness does Ben Gong have? Machinka hesitated, then bowed and said, it is just that your Majesty is too tired from assisting His Majesty in the affairs of the state. Your Majesty is not seriously ill. Empress Wei saw that he seemed to find it difficult to speak and couldn't help but become nervous. She said, illnesses are not taboo to doctors. Just treat Ben Gong as an ordinary patient and speak freely. Machinka still did not speak. Seeing this, Empress Wei lightly waved her hand and the palace maids waiting at the side left. Empress Wei straightened her face and said, all right, now only Ben Gong is left, you can speak freely. With a thud, Machinka knelt down in front of the bed and kowtowed, saying, please, your Majesty, forgive this subject's offense of disrespect. Only then will this subject dare to speak frankly. Empress Wei's temper flared up again. She said impatiently, speak. No matter what you say, Ben Gong will not blame you. Machinka said, Yes, Your Majesty's illness. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying in a low voice, is caused by improper sexual intercourse. Empress Wei was startled. Her face suddenly became feverish. 2 faint blushes floated up. Amidst the embarrassment and anger, there was a special charm to it. Machinka seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. He continued, solitary yin does not grow, solitary yang does not grow. Yin and yang are unbalanced, causing qi and blood to be chaotic. Insomnia and overthinking, headaches and irritability are just minor symptoms. If not taken care of in time, it will shorten one's lifespan and speed up one's aging. Empress Wei was shocked. She gently touched her face and asked, then, if I take this medicine of yours, can it be taken care of? Machinka hesitated for a moment before gathering his courage to say, Your Majesty should still be with His Majesty. These words were extremely obvious. Thinking of Li Xian's disappointing body, Empress Wei's heart felt somewhat desolate. Machinka sneaked a glance at Empress Wei and said, if this subject uses the art of massaging and medicine, it may have some effect. But, in the end, it cannot replace the natural Tao of yin and yang. Empress Wei stared blankly for a moment. She raised her eyes to look at his refined and scholarly appearance. She suddenly said, since it is so, then give Ben Gong a massage first. Ben Gong has been suffering from insomnia for many days and cannot sleep peacefully. Chapter 1157. Wei Ho fell back onto the bed. Machinka was instantly at a loss and stammered, there is a difference between men and women, Nyang. Chin. Wei Ho propped her chin on her hand and glanced at him flirtatiously, saying, Ben Gong has said before, there is no taboo in treating an illness. Machinka, just treat Ben Gong as a normal patient that you need to treat. As she spoke, Wei Ho flipped her body over, her entire body sprawled on the bed. Her curves were undulating, and the scent of a mature woman could be seen at a glance. Yes, Machinka's voice trembled as he walked over. His hands gestured for a long time before he lightly placed them on Wei Ho's shoulders. Wei Ho's body twitched violently when he touched her, her entire body tensing. Machinka was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Wei Ho calmed down for a moment before slowly relaxing her body. She said softly, you do it. She grabbed a pillow and hugged it to her chest, silently lying there. Machinka massaged Wei Ho's body. In the beginning, he was still very cautious, but later on, he gradually became more at ease. His hands seemed to have a great magical power. Wherever he massaged, Wei Ho's body would go numb, as if there was a very subtle electric current passing through her body. When Machinka's hands gently massaged the back of her waist and massaged there, Wei Ho felt as though there was a ball of fire gradually burning in her lower body. There was an extremely unbearable feeling of emptiness in her lower body. It made her want to clench her legs, and her breathing uncontrollably quickened. Wei Ho was at the age of a wolf and tiger, and she had a long body. Machinka was a very manly and beautiful man. This pair of a man and a woman, alone in a room in this quiet night, was enough to cause people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. What's more, Machinka had secretly mixed some aphrodisiacs into Wei Ho's medicine. Even though the amount was not large, with so many primers, would it not arouse Wei Ho's lust? And once this lust that had been suppressed for so long was released, it could not be controlled. Machinka gently massaged the back of Wei Ho's waist for a while. Seeing that Wei Ho couldn't restrain herself, her face and ears reddened as she hugged the pillow tightly. She didn't feel any disgust towards his occasionally touching her buttocks. When his hand touched, her buttocks would move slightly. Even though the movement was slight, it exposed her thoughts. Machinka knew what to do. After a slight hesitation, he gathered his courage and slid his hands down Empress Wei's thighs. In an extremely low voice, he whispered into Empress Wei's ear, Nyang, down there, do you still want a massage? Empress Wei bit her lower lip, her pair of charming eyes like silk. She had long been unable to restrain herself. Hearing Ma Chinka's voice by his ear and a scorching breath on his neck, Empress Wei suddenly flipped over and sat up. Her fiery eyes looked at Ma Chinka, causing Ma Chinka to subconsciously shrink back. He exclaimed in surprise, "Nyang Nyang?" Wei Ho suddenly leapt forward, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, and pushed his entire body onto the bed. That night, no one knew if Wei Ho's private part was massaged, but there was a solid massage on the inside. Miracle Dr. Ma's medicine was effective, and Wei Ho slept really well that night. Yang Fan spent nearly a month in Qi province. Only when the autumn harvest was over and the wind blowing from the northwestern plateau was tinged with a chill did he set out for the capital. Upon entering Chang'an, Yang Fan sensed that something was wrong. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, 2 rows of soldiers of the Golden Guard stood guard every 5 steps, halberds in hand. They lined up from the avenue all the way to the Imperial Palace. The pedestrians on the street had to walk on the 2 sides of the avenue that the Golden Guard had cleared out. The center of the avenue was completely empty. Yang Fan had his carriage turned to the side of the avenue and had people ask the onlookers what was going on. After a while, Ren Wei hurried back and reported to Yang Fan, "Great General, the 8th daughter of the Prince of Xiang's estate, the Lord of West City, has devoted herself to the Tao. Today, she wishes to become a nun and cultivate the Tao to pray for Emperor Gaozong and Empress Zhe. With the Son of Heaven's permission, the immortal Lord of West City has been conferred the title of Golden Immortal Princess and accepted by Taoist Master Chong Xian as a disciple. At present, Taoist Master Chong Xian is in the palace bestowing a talisman on the princess. In a little while, she will be sent to the Golden Immortal Monastery in Fuxing Lane to be presided over." Yang Fan couldn't help but be a little dazed. He had a vague impression of this Golden Immortal Princess. Golden Immortals were not as lively as Li Qiang. She was rather shy and introverted, but she was also an extremely beautiful woman. Because of the Prince of Xiang's daughters, she was the only one who shared the same mother as Li Qiang. Yang Fan, who had interacted with Li Qiang a few times, had a particularly deep impression of her. This princess should only be 17 or 18 this year. How could a girl at such a young age like to cultivate the Tao? Yang Fan suddenly thought of Princess Taiping's experience of becoming a nun and a Taoist priest in order to avoid marriage to a distant country. He couldn't help but think, could it be to avoid marriage to Tubo? That can't be, the Tubo king is only 6 years old, and this princess is already 17 or 18. How could she be chosen as a princess by marriage? Who could do such a messy matchmaking? It's too unreliable. Just as Yang Fan thought of this, he heard Ren Wei say, "I heard that the emperor wanted to marry her to Tubo's Zanpu." The Golden Immortal Princess knelt and begged, cried, and refused. The emperor refused to retract his order, so this Golden Immortal Princess insisted on becoming a nun. She said that she became a nun to pray for her grandfather and grandmother. As a son, the emperor naturally couldn't refuse. Just as I thought. Yang Fan gently sighed. Thinking of this trip to Qi province, he couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. The last time I went to Qi province, it just so happened that the Tubo king came to make a marriage. This time, when I go to Qi province, the Tubo king also came to make a marriage. Could it be that I have the potential to become the Moon Elder? In the Imperial Palace, Chang'an's most famous Taoist, Shi Chongxian, personally bestowed the Golden Immortal Princess with a talisman and bestowed the Dharma name, Supreme Path. Then he was about to send her to the carriage pulled by a black ox. Accompanying the Golden Immortal Princess to become a nun were 20 palace maids bestowed upon her by the Imperial Palace. These 20 maids all wore apricot yellow Taoist robes and held horsetail whisks in their hands, respectfully standing in front of the carriage. The Prince of Xiang stood under the altar with an ugly expression. Li Qiang stood behind him, looking at her sister with tears in her eyes. On the contrary, Li Binyang's expression was very calm. She didn't even glance at her father, elder brother, or sisters. She only put her palms together and followed behind her master toward the ox carriage. In Yanjia Hall, Li Xian angrily paced back and forth. Preposterous! Preposterous! A little girl would rather become a nun than marry to Tubo. She even used my parents to pressure me, forcing me to agree. She let the world criticize me. She deserves to be punished. Empress Wei's complexion had been very good recently. Her cheeks were rosy like peach blossoms, but at this moment, her complexion didn't seem very good either. She sneered at Li Xian and said, "Xiqing has always been an honest girl. How could she be so scheming? There's no need to ask. This was the idea your good brother gave her. He's trying to imitate Taiping's actions. He wants to wait until this matter is over before having his daughter return to the secular world and marry." Li Xian gave a cold laugh, his expression somewhat savage. "If she wants to become a nun, we will send her to become a nun and even organize a grand affair for her. If she wants to return to the secular world, that's impossible. Since she likes to become a nun, we will make her a nun for the rest of her life." Li Xian suddenly turned around and harshly retorted, "Although Xiqing has become a nun, does the Prince of Xiang not have any other daughters? We will rely on him for this matter of peace marriage." On the day after the Golden Immortal became a nun, another decree was delivered to the Prince of Xiang's estate. The Emperor had named Xiqing as a nun, but the marriage could not be abandoned. The Emperor once again appointed 10th Mother Li Qiang to be married to the 6-year-old Tibetan Zanpu. That year, Li Qiang was 16. The Golden Immortal Princess was the 8th mother, but the 9th mother had been betrothed before her. After the Golden Immortal became a nun, the Prince of Xiang only had 2 unbetrothed daughters left. One was 10th Mother Li Qiang, and the other was his youngest, Huoguo. Upon receiving the decree, the usually honest Prince of Xiang could no longer endure it. He angrily tore the decree to shreds and roared at the eunuch who had delivered the decree, Yang Xishuan, "That's my daughter. I won't allow her to be married off to the Tibetans. Go back and tell the Emperor that if he can't tolerate this brother of his, he can come and have my head. I will not resist. If he wants to touch my daughter, there's no way." Ever since the divine dragon coup, Yang Xishuan had seen all of Li Xian's actions. Li Xian had repaid kindness with enmity. Even though Li Xian already held great power and had gathered all the military authority in his hands, he was still so unconfident and cold-blooded in constantly pressuring his brother. Yang Xishuan was extremely disgusted by this. When Zhang Jianji and the others launched the divine dragon coup, Yang Xishuan, as a member of the Inner Guard, had also rendered great service. However, Li Xian had disbanded the Inner Guard the moment he ascended to the throne. Li Xian had treated the Inner Guard girls who had been dismissed from the palace with great leniency, bestowing them with many rewards. As for the eunuchs, because they were the Emperor's servants, he completely ignored their feelings. Yang Xishuan had been given the cold shoulder for a long time. When Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan was plotting a rebellion, Yang Xishuan had rendered great service by beheading Hu Li, allowing him to once again be placed in an important position. However, his mindset had already changed. It was very difficult for him to feel any loyalty toward Li Xian. Now that he saw the Prince of Xiang's uncontrollable rage, Yang Xishuan couldn't help but feel distressed. Li Dan's spittle splashed onto Yang Xishuan's face, but he did not get angry. He only bowed to Li Dan and amiably said, "Your Highness, Prince of Xiang, please calm your anger. This servant is only a messenger of an imperial edict. Losing your temper like this is not a solution. If your Highness does not wish for the princess to be married off to Tubo, your Highness should think of a more appropriate solution." Yang Xishuan's amiable words made Li Dan realize that his anger was unreasonable. Moreover, from the tone of his voice, he seemed to be standing on his side. Li Dan bowed back to Yang Xishuan and apologized. "This prince has been rude." Yang Xishuan hurriedly said, This servant cannot accept your highness's bow. Your highness, this servant has already passed on the edict and must return to the palace. Your highness and a saint share the same mother, and you also contributed greatly to the divine dragon coup. Everyone in the world knows of this, and the saint is not a person with a heart of stone. If your highness insists on refusing, presumably the saint will become soft-hearted. This servant will take her leave. Yang Sishuan gave Li Dan a meaningful glance, then bid his farewell and left. Li Dan's heart thumped as he thought to himself, those words of his, what do they mean? Chapter 1158. Autumn was approaching. A gust of wind blew past, and yellow leaves rustled down. There were several persimmon trees, jujube trees, and hawthorn trees in the Yang family's courtyard, and their fruits were all ripe. Young Master Yang's favorite thing to do in his spare time was to climb up and down the trees and eat all kinds of fruit. When he was full, he would run to the flower hall, climb on the arhat couch, and squeeze to the side of his younger brother and sister who could not climb yet. He rubbed his stomach and groaned, "My stomach is full, and my teeth are sore. Mother, give me some maltose. I'll be fine after eating it." Elder sister Nianrong was becoming more and more beautiful, and she was becoming more and more like a young lady. Her favorite thing to do in her spare time was embroidery. The mandarin ducks she embroidered were particularly beautiful, as if they were real. Yang Dyer liked it very much, so she asked her elder sister to embroider a mandarin ducks in the water for her. The second young master of the Yang family, Yang Ji, looked at his second sister's bellyband and liked it very much, so he asked his elder sister to embroider a mandarin ducks in the water for him. Ever since Yang Fan retired at such a young age as the general-in-chief, who supports the nation, the days of the Yang family had been peaceful and prosperous. It seemed to be more like a family than before. Xiao Man and her husband had just practiced martial arts in the back garden. Xiao Man's kung fu had inevitably been neglected since she started to serve her husband and children at home, especially when she was giving birth to a child. Her kung fu had been neglected even more, while Yang Fan's kung fu had become more and more refined. After a round of practice, Yang Fan's expression did not change, but Xiao Man was sweating profusely. Xiao Man was wearing an arrow sleeve, and her face was flushed. Accompanied by Yang Fan, she walked to the front yard. The third sister had already left in advance and ordered someone to boil water for a bath. After chatting with her husband for a while, Xiao Man suddenly mentioned the Tubo marriage. Weddings and funerals were things that people liked to talk about the most, not to mention that the Prince of Xiang's daughter was going to marry Tubo. Xiao Man often went to the East Market to take care of her family's shop, so she was particularly well informed. Langjun, I heard that after the Golden Immortal Princess became a nun, the Emperor appointed Shenyang, Li Qiang, from the Prince of Xiang's mansion, to marry Tufan. In the end, Shenyang was also unwilling to marry, so she followed her sister's example and wrote a memorial to the Emperor, saying that she also wanted to become a nun and enter Taoism to pray for Emperor Gaozong and Empress Zhe. Yang Fan listened quietly, recalling the scene of Wu Zetian's marriage with Tubo, and sighed faintly in his heart. Xiao Man angrily said, "For a girl, marriage is the most important thing in her life. How can the emperor do this and force other people's daughter to marry to Tubo?" Yang Fan sighed and said, You have been in the palace for so many years, don't you understand? Since it was a marriage, when was it up to women to choose? Who told her to be a daughter of the imperial family? Since she was born with a lofty status that others can never reach, with luxurious clothes and delicious food, and servants as many as clouds, then sometimes she naturally has to make sacrifices. Xiao Man rolled her eyes at him and said, Rong is 15 this year. If someone asked you to marry your daughter to a kid 10 years younger than her, with a runny nose, and this kid's family is far to the west of Yangguan, would you be willing? As soon as Yang Fan heard this, he flew into a rage and said, I dare. Whoever dares to come to my door and propose this marriage, I will slap him. I, Yang Fan's daughter. Xiao Man interrupted. What's wrong with your daughter? Isn't she born the daughter of a great general, with luxurious clothes and delicious food, pampered and spoiled? Yang Fan said, then, this, he. Xiao Man said, isn't it the same for a daughter of the imperial family? She can't choose which family she is born in. Her father was an emperor or a prince. How could he have raised her as a maid since she was young? Does she have to make such a sacrifice when she grows up? Yang Fan glanced at her and said, why are you fighting for justice like this? Xiao Man said, it's not just me. In Chang'an, whether it's aunts, wives, or girls, who doesn't say that the emperor is unreasonable? It's fine if he married his own flesh and blood, but in the end, he married his own daughter. How much has the Prince of Xiang done? This is how he treats people. If you ask me, it's the right thing to do for you to be unemployed at home. Otherwise, given how the emperor treats his own brother so harshly, no one will have a good time at his side. Yang Fan listened to her angry words and found them particularly cute. He couldn't help but scratch her nose and pamper her as he did in the past. Okay, my Ñoño likes to fight for justice again. Hurry up and take a bath. This kind of matter we can just talk about it. Even an upright official finds it difficult to settle a family matter, let alone a matter of the imperial family. Although Xiao Man was already the mother of 3 children, she still liked to be pampered by Yang Fan like a child. She wrinkled her nose at Yang Fan and said in a spoiled manner, you have a heart of stone, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Saying this, she flew to her bedroom. Yang Fan smiled and looked back. His gaze swept over the top of the wall and suddenly saw a snow-white figure. That was the Prince of Shochuan's mansion. At the beginning of the year, a small building had been built in the mansion. From the upper floor, one could see the situation in Yang Fan's courtyard. From here, one could naturally see the person standing on the upper floor. With just one look, Yang Fan recognized that the young girl dressed in snow-white clothes was Li Qiang. Although compared to the girl in his impression, this girl was taller, her face thinner, and her facial features were more beautiful and charming, but there wasn't much change in her figure and charm. Yang Fan stopped because Li Qiang was standing upstairs, quietly staring at him. How could he pretend not to see her? The two people looked at each other for a long time across the wall. Li Qiang suddenly turned around and left. Yang Fan still stood there, stunned for a long time, and then sighed softly. He was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly saw a rope protruding from the tree opposite him. The rope even trembled a little. Something flashed in Yang Fan's mind. His face suddenly changed color and he said, "Not good." Without saying anything, Yang Fan suddenly became faster than a galloping horse, and with a few leaps he arrived at the wall. His body leaped up, the tip of his foot touched the wall, he spun his body and straightened his waist, turning around in midair. The saber he used to practice martial art with his wife just now was unsheathed with a clang sound. When his body turned around, the edge of the saber just barely cut the rope tied to the tree trunk. As the blade slashed across, Yang Fan suddenly had a strange feeling. Why, there are two ropes? Ouch! As soon as the rope was cut, Li Qiang grabbed the two pieces of broken rope and sat down on the ground. Her eyes shone with tears of pain. She looked with grievance at this righteous hero who had pulled out the saber. Yang Fan landed on the ground. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding." Li Qiang looked at him hatefully. Suddenly she giggled, her small mouth pouting, and held out her hand to him. Yang Fan quickly pulled Li Qiang up. Her small hand was soft and slender. It had the feeling of a young girl. Li Qiang stared at Yang Fan with her big black eyes and said, "Did you think I wanted to commit suicide?" Yang Fan laughed dryly. "I originally thought it was mainly because the 7th princess all hung themselves. Yang has a deep impression of it." Li Qiang wanted to laugh again. She quickly pursed her lips. After a moment of silence, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She said sadly, I want to become a nun. Thinking of the old Li family's mess, Yang Fan could only sigh. Li Qiang wiped her tears and said, I won't commit suicide. Don't worry. Li Qiang turned to leave. She suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned back. Her eyes were shining as she looked at Yang Fan. On the day I enter Dao, will you come to attend the ceremony? Yang Fan gazed at her hopeful eyes, and for some strange reason nodded his head. Okay. Li Qiang smiled, a very sweet smile. As she smiled sweetly, 2 clear streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Say, how wonderful it would be if I wasn't born in the imperial family. Before Yang Fan could speak, there was a flash of white, and this soft and fragrant girl threw herself into his arms. Yang Fan froze, his entire body frozen. Soon after, he felt a pair of soft lips swiftly kiss his, and then the girl left his embrace. She turned and rushed away. Only when she reached the house did she suddenly stop. She turned back to glance at him, her eyes brimming with despair and sorrow, glistening with tears. The emperor wanted to marry the prince of Xiang's 8th daughter to Tubo, but she resolutely became a nun. The emperor also wanted to marry the prince of Xiang's 10th daughter to Tubo, but she actually wanted to become a nun, and for the same reason that he could not refuse. Li Xian angrily approved the memorial, and once more arranged a grand ceremony. He ordered the great master of the 3 caves, the minister of honor, the founding duke of Hanoi Commandery, the pillar of state, and the master of Grand Purity Monastery, Shi Chongxian, to bestow scriptures on Li Qiang and grant her the title of Princess Yuzhen. She was to become a nun with the Buddhist name Supreme Zhen. When a princess became a nun, although there were no rules that stipulated who could and could not attend the ceremony, this was a private matter of the imperial family, so the officials of the court never participated. Last time when a golden immortal princess became a nun, only a few people from the imperial family came to attend the ceremony. This time, however, there was one more person, Yang Fan. The altar was made of clay and had 3 levels. It was 12 feet tall, surrounded by golden lotuses and engraved with violet gold. All around the altar were brocades, 72 bolts of blue, red, white, soap, and yellow silk, 480 bolts of silk, 240 strings of coins, 200 taels of gold, 120 caddies of incense, 24,000 pieces of memorial paper, and all sorts of gold and jade incense burners. It could be said to be priceless. As expected, the extravagance of a nun of the imperial family was extraordinary. If even a nun needed such extravagance, then perhaps it would be an extravagant hope for an ordinary person to become a nun. Today, besides the Prince of Xiang, Princess Taiping, and the Prince of Xiang's eldest son, second son, and daughters, there was not a single member of the imperial family. Everyone knew that 2 women from the Prince of Xiang's estate had become nuns, which was a form of retaliation and contempt toward the emperor. Who would be willing to appear at this time? However, Yang Fan had come, wearing a violet ribbon and jade belt, dressed in full court robes. Princess Taiping was rather surprised to see Yang Fan. After he met the surprised Prince of Xiang and retreated to her side, she asked in a low voice, "Why have you come?" Yang Fan looked up at the platform and answered, "I was invited by Princess Yuzhen." Taiping froze and couldn't help but glance at the praying Li Qiang on the platform. For a moment, she couldn't figure out the relationship between Yang Fan and her. If the 2 had an affair, Yang Fan wouldn't have told her so openly. But if they didn't, could Yang Fan and that girl Qiang have any sort of friendship? Chapter 1159. Li Qiang had her palms pressed together and did not see Yang Fan, but the golden immortal princess did. The golden immortal princess had become a nun and her Buddhist name was Supreme Path. She had the same master as Li Qiang. Since the 2 of them were biological sisters, they were now fellow apprentices. Today, Golden Immortal was accompanying her master, Reverend Chongxian, to teach her sister. Seeing Yang Fan appear, the Golden Immortal Princess was surprised and whispered to Li Qiang, "Shenyang, why is Yang Fan here? Is he here?" Li Qiang was delighted and said to the golden immortal princess, "I invited him." As she said this, she anxiously looked down the stage and saw Yang Fan standing there. A gratified smile appeared on True Jade's face. Yang Fan smiled and nodded to her in greeting. The golden immortal princess shook her head gently and grumbled in a low voice, "You are really insensible. This time, you have caused trouble for General Yang." Li Qiang was surprised. "What's wrong?" The golden immortal princess said, "You and I became nuns one after another and refused to marry. We have swept the emperor's face clean. Other than Aunt Taiping, which member of the imperial family is willing to attend the ceremony? Who is not afraid of offending the emperor? You invited General Yang. If the emperor finds out, won't he resent him?" Oh no. Although True Jade was intelligent, she was still a naive girl. How could she understand such matters? At this moment, she realized that her invitation to Yang Fan was a political risk to Yang Fan. He would offend the most powerful person in the world, the emperor. However, he agreed without hesitation. He really came. Thinking of this, Li Qiang was agitated and secretly glanced at Yang Fan again. For some reason, Li Qiang suddenly felt like crying. In Yanjia Hall, Li Xian could no longer remain angry. The golden immortal had become a nun, and so had True Jade. The Prince of Xiang only had his youngest daughter, Huoguo. From the Prince of Xiang's point of view, if Li Xian kept pressuring him, Huoguo might also become a nun. At that time, how would the people of the world view him? Li Xian could predict that as long as he dared to appoint Huoguo for the marriage, Huoguo would immediately imitate her two sisters and become a monk. Judging from the current situation, Li Dan had no objections to this as a father. Moreover, it was very likely that he was the one behind all of this. Thinking of this, Li Xian felt a deep sense of defeat. Although he had become the emperor, he still couldn't do whatever he wanted. Empress Wei calmly said, "This matter cannot continue like this. Let's appoint another member of the imperial family." Li Xian gritted his teeth and sucked in a breath of cold air. "I can't accept this," Empress Wei said. "Husband, the matter is clear. This time, the Prince of Xiang has steeled his heart to resist you. If you appoint the state of Hor again, you will just suffer another humiliation. What benefit is there? In addition, you will incite the curses of the people of the world." Seeing that Li Xian was still unwilling, Empress Wei softly sighed. "Even if you can't accept it, you have to endure it. Now you know that this brother of yours isn't so respectful to you, right? If we want to punish him, there will be many opportunities, but now is not the time." Li Xian's heart wasn't very good. In his anger, his lips had turned purple, and his chest was extremely stifled. He rubbed his chest and took a few deep breaths before he somewhat calmed down. Helplessly he said, "Fine, I'll do as my wife says. Then take a look and see which member of the imperial family is suitable. Make her a princess and marry her off to Tubo, ending this matter as soon as possible." At this point, a young eunuch walked in and said to Li Xian and Empress Wei, "Sage, Empress, Princess Anil and the Prince Consort request an audience." Empress Wei said, "Have them come in." A few moments later, Princess Anil and Wu Yanxiu walked in from outside. Upon seeing Li Xian and Empress Wei, Princess Anil giggled and greeted, "Father, Mother." Seeing Li Xian's unhappy expression, Princess Anil stuck out her tongue. Pulling on Empress Wei's arm, she whispered, "Mother, Father doesn't seem to be very happy. Who provoked him?" Wu Yanxiu bowed to Li Xian and Empress Wei, then obediently stood to the side. Empress Wei snorted. "Isn't it because of the matter of the Prince of Xiang Shenyang becoming a nun? This matter has caused your father to lose a great deal of face. It would be strange if he could be happy." Hearing this, Princess Anil indignantly said, "In this matter, the Prince of Xiang truly wants a foot when given an inch. It's only because of father's benevolence that he would yield to him like this. However, the Prince of Xiang has no respect for the sovereign. Who doesn't see this? This time, when Shenyang became a nun, not a single member of the imperial family came to attend the ceremony other than Aunt Taiping. This is what it means to be fair. Father, don't be angry. Empress Wei glanced at Li Xian and said, "It's only natural for Taiping to attend the ceremony. Taiping and the Prince of Xiang are brother and sister, and your father is also brother and sister. However, that pair of brother and sister have a much better relationship than your father and sister." Anli's eyes turned, and she suddenly said, "That's right, when your daughter came just now, I saw that Grand General who supports the state, Yang Fan, also attended the ceremony for Shenyang. He, of all the civil and military officials in the court, he's the only one, right? This Grand General really doesn't care about Father, the Emperor, in his eyes." Hearing this, Li Xian's face instantly turned angry. In a stern voice he asked, "Yang Fan really went to attend the ceremony?" Anlu blinked her eyes and replied, "Yes, your daughter saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake?" Ever since they met on the street, and she was once again given the cold shoulder by Yang Fan, the humiliation and anger that Anlu had been suppressing all this time finally erupted. She knew that no matter what method she used, she would never be able to make Yang Fan submit to her. After her illusions were shattered, Anlu felt a deep hatred for Yang Fan. Now that she finally had something to use against Yang Fan, she naturally wanted to use this opportunity to slander him. Wu Yanxiu, who had been standing solemnly on the side, suddenly smiled and said, "If the Grand General who supports the state dares to do this, he naturally has something to rely on. Putting aside the fact that the Divine Dragon coup and the Crown Prince's rebellion, the Grand General who supports the state made great contributions one after the other, so it's not easy to move against him. Let's take these 10,000 cavalry for example. Back then, they were just 100 cavalry, but under Grand General Yang's hands, they became 1,000 cavalry or 10,000 cavalry. Although the Grand General is no longer in the army, the Iron Army that the Grand General single-handedly forged still holds the Grand General in high esteem." Hearing this, Li Xian's face darkened, and a murderous intent quietly blossomed. On the altar, Li Qiang received the purple script of the 3 holes of the 8 scrolls, wore the true seal of the 5 elders, and used the 8 powers strategy. These were the most mystical and superior secret techniques of the Taoists at that time. According to the Taoists, after the princess received the teachings of Taoist master Chong Xian, and the 3 Taoists who had attained the Tao testified, she received this spiritual treasure and instantly rose 4 levels of the immortal step. She could be considered a female cultivator who had attained the Tao. After the bestowment of the 8 scrolls and the wearing of the talismans, Li Qiang put on the 8 treasures Taoist robe and followed her master and senior sister down the altar. When she passed by Yang Fan, Li Qiang suddenly stopped and solemnly bowed to him. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly returned the gesture. Li Qiang gave him a mischievous smile, then glanced at her father, brother, and sisters before following Taoist master Chong Xian to the ox cart. Because she had become a nun, the imperial clan temple urgently vacated a Taoist temple and renamed it Yuzhen Temple. It could be considered as her place of cultivation. As Yang Fan gazed at Yuzhen's innocent and unaffected smile, his heart suddenly ached. This 16-year-old girl probably still did not understand what it meant to become a nun and cultivate. From now on, her youth would be buried in this Taoist temple, and her fine black hair would turn to snow. Yang Fan sighed. Dispirited, he turned and bowed to the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping, then strode away. The Prince of Xiang was extremely surprised by Yang Fan's appearance on the viewing platform today, but at the same time, he was also extremely moved. When he saw Yang Fan bow, he hurriedly and solemnly returned the gesture. Princess Taiping whispered a few words to the Prince of Xiang, then quickly chased after Yang Fan. Erlang! When Yang Fan heard the call, he immediately stopped and waited for Princess Taiping to catch up to him. Only then did he walk out, shoulder to shoulder. Princess Taiping asked, Why did Erlang come to Shenyang's initiation ceremony today? Yang Fan replied, When I was in the estate a few days ago, I happened to see a rope swaying on a tree outside the wall. I thought that someone had taken things too hard and wanted to commit suicide, so I hurriedly jumped over to help. I didn't expect it to be Princess Yuzhen playing on a swing in her brother's estate. It was a misunderstanding. When I was about to leave, Princess Yuzhen suddenly said that she was about to become a nun and invited me to attend the ceremony, so I came. Princess Taiping angrily said, A little girl doesn't know what's important, and you don't know what's important either? Do you know what your appearance here today means to the Emperor? Yang Fan indifferently replied, Of course I know. Isn't it just losing the Sacred Heart? In truth, when I tried my best to deny that I was involved in the Crown Prince's death, I had already lost the Sacred Heart. Now that I'm idle at home, what can His Majesty do? Kill me? Princess Taiping looked at him in shock, her expression changing. Erlang, do you know what you're saying? Yang Fan halted his steps and turned around to stare at her. Of course, he said. Do I look like I've drunk wine? Princess Taiping anxiously looked to the left and right and approached Yang Fan. Erlang, she said in a low voice, what do you mean? Yang Fan raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was overcast. It was a cloudy day. Because of the dark clouds, the sun was only showing a faint silhouette, completely losing its power to illuminate the earth. Yang Fan was silent for a while, then he said in a low voice, Do you think that the sun that is covered by the dark clouds, when it appears again, will it still be the same sun? Of course it will, Princess Taiping replied. Is that so? Yang Fan smiled. Is that so? He asked. Is the white horse a horse? Taiping was stunned. Yang Fan laughed out loud and left in big strides. Princess Taiping looked at Yang Fan's receding back. She suddenly thought of something and her countenance changed abruptly. After Princess Enlu and Wu Yanxiu had finished criticizing Yang Fan in front of the Emperor, they pestered Li Xian to go to the treasury to look for treasures. It turned out that 2 days ago, Empress Wei's favorite minister Zong Chuk held a banquet for guests and friends. He took out his meticulously collected calligraphy of Wang Shiji and Wang Xianji and mounted them into 12 screens to show off to the public. Such rare treasures were indeed rare. Wu Yanxiu was extremely envious. When she returned to the princess residence, she told Enlu about this. Enlu loved to be in the limelight. She remembered that there were many rare treasures in the imperial palace. Perhaps there was a treasure that could surpass Zong Chuk's. So, she and Wu Yanxiu went to the palace. Li Xian doted on his precious daughter very much. He could not resist her pleading and said, Fine, fine. You and the prince consort can go to the treasury and take a look. If there's anything you like, feel free to take it. Enlu was overjoyed and said, Thank you, father. Father treats were the best. Li Xian laughed, You little girl, if father doesn't love you, who else would I love? Enlu had achieved her goal. She happily bade farewell to her father and mother. She pulled Wu Yanxiu along and rushed to the treasury of the imperial palace. She was going to bid farewell to Zongchuk. When she arrived at the treasury, she only cared about the calligraphy and paintings. In less than an hour, she had picked out more than 20 authentic works of Wang Shiji and Wang Xianji. Among them, the most valuable was the authentic preface to the Orchid Pavilion. With this kind of treasure, they thought that they could surpass Zongchuk's limelight. The husband and wife left the imperial palace in high spirit. Chapter 1160. After 2 daughters of the Prince of Xiang's estate had entered the Tao and become monks, Emperor Li Xian could no longer continue to oppress the Prince of Xiang. If this continued, he would not be able to achieve his goal, and his already poor reputation would drop even further. Helpless, Li Xian could only adopt the Prince of Yong, Li Shouli's daughter, Li Nunu, as his adopted daughter, bestowing upon her the title of Princess of Jincheng, allowing her to marry into the distant Tufan Empire. Li Nunu did not have the guts to become a monk like Golden Immortal and True Jade. The Prince of Yong, Li Shouli, did not have the courage to challenge Li Xian. As a result, the 14-year-old princess of Jincheng, Li Nunu, was quickly escorted to Tibet by the Grand General of the left, Yang Juhu, and married to the 6-year-old Tibetan Zanpu. After this matter, the relationship between Emperor Li Xian and the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, dropped to a freezing point. Even the commoners knew of the grudge between the emperor and the Prince of Xiang. However, now that Li Dan had handed over his military authority, he didn't even leave his residence every day. He could only cautiously pass his days in the prince's mansion. He had made great contributions, and now that he had not made any mistakes, Li Xian couldn't do anything to him. For the time being, it was a peaceful situation. Ever since Yang Fan became the general-in-chief who supports the nation, other than appearing in court during the Grand Assembly, he had basically faded out of the court. He spent every day with his wife, concubines, and children. Occasionally, he would accompany Xiao Man, who deeply sympathized with the plight of the two princesses of the Prince of Xiang's estate, to the Jade Truth Temple. The Yuzhen Temple was located in Longqing Square, and it was built next to the Longqing Pool. It was originally called the Sanqing Temple, but because Li Qiang was in a hurry to become a nun, they didn't have time to build a new one for her. Therefore, they hurriedly tidied up the place and chased a few Taoist priests to another Taoist temple. They changed the plaque and it became Li Qiang's place of cultivation. Although it was called cultivation, Li Qiang's life was not much different from before. She was still living a life of luxury with countless servants. The only difference was that she had more time to do her homework. In terms of food and drink, if she did not want to be vegetarian, as the head of the monastery, all the female Taoists in the monastery were her palace maids, who would be willing to meddle. Today, Princess Yuzhen set up a banquet to entertain Yang Fan and his wife. She ordered people to prepare a banquet with wine and fish. However, she was a young lady and her diet was light, so she didn't eat too much meat. The Golden Immortal Princess was also at the Jade Truth Monastery. These two sisters often met. Rather than saying that they were cultivating, it would be more accurate to say that they treated this monastery as a courtyard for the Prince of Xiang's estate. It was more suitable for them to cultivate here. After the banquet, the Golden Immortal and True Jade accompanied the second-rank honored Madam, Xiao Man, to the rear courtyard to drink tea and discuss the Tao. Meanwhile, Yang Fan brought Gu Er and Ren Wei for a stroll through the bamboo forest to aid their digestion. It was already late autumn, and the bamboo leaves were beginning to turn yellow, losing the elegant taste of the slender bamboo. After strolling for a while, Yang Fan asked Ren Wei, "Have Sun Long, Pei Yao, Zheng Li and the rest followed my instructions to Luzhou, present-day Shaanxi?" Ren Wei replied, "Following sect heads' instructions, these people have all headed to Luzhou separately. Currently, those who arrived first are in Luzhou making connections with the local officials and nobles. They are purchasing land, buying residences, and opening up shops for grain, cloth, salt, horses, etc." Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction and asked, "These people's identities are extremely secretive?" Ren Wei replied, "Sect head can be rest assured. These people were either recruited by our evident sect in recent years, or their original identities are extremely secretive. The hidden sect will not be able to detect their true identities." Yang Fan smiled and said, "That's good. The Prince of Xiang's estate's third son, the Prince of Linzi, Li Longji, is currently serving as a consort in Luzhou. You can ask Zhengli to find ways to curry favor with him. This child is rather ambitious and has the intention to do something big locally. If he knows that Zhengli is going to build a large horse farm in Luzhou, he will definitely support it with all his might. Give him whatever the Prince of Linzi wants. Give him money, silk, and women. He will fulfill all his requests. This is the fastest way for us to establish a connection with the Lu province officials. As long as Zhengli succeeds, we will be able to establish a foothold in Luzhou." Ren Wei acknowledged and accompanied Yang Fan for a while. He then asked with a puzzled expression, "Sect head, this subordinate doesn't understand. Luzhou is not a developed place for trade. Why are we spending so much effort to establish a foothold in Luzhou? Yang Fan replied. It is precisely because Luzhou is not a developed place for trade. That is why the hidden sect's influence in Luzhou is very weak. This is our opportunity. Otherwise, do you think we will be able to intervene smoothly and snatch such a large territory from the hidden sect so easily? He glanced at Ren Wei and suddenly laughed. Do you think that Luzhou is of little value to us? Ren Wei smiled embarrassedly. Yang Fan withdrew his smile and spoke with a stern expression. You are wrong. Luzhou is very important to us. Gongji Province is currently the capital city. If we are going to fight to the death with the hidden sect, we cannot choose this place. Otherwise, once the imperial court finds out, everyone will be finished. Then, where can we choose? Yang Fan stretched out his hand and casually pointed in the air. The west is Longyu, which is the hidden sect's foundation. Even if we use all our strength, we can forget about uprooting it. In order to defeat the hidden sect, we can only use the method of weakening them step by step. In the east and south, our strength is stronger than the hidden sect. Once we make a move, we will be able to eliminate their forces quickly. To us, the hardest to deal with is the hard bone, that is the Hebei province. Ren Wei seemed to understand and said, This subordinate understands. Sect head wants to control Luzhou and then separate the Longyu province from the Hebei province. Yang Fan nodded and said, That's right. The Hebei province is not only an extremely important territory for the hidden sect, but it is also connected to the hidden sect's trade with Korea and Japan. When we are able to control Luzhou firmly, it will be the time for us to launch an attack on the hidden sect's forces in the Hebei province. As long as we take over the Hebei province. Yang Fan let out a cold laugh. Ren Wei understood and immediately continued. By then, our obvious sect will be able to use the prestige of victory and gather the forces from the north, east, and west to encircle and annihilate Longyu. Even if we can't annihilate them, we can still chase them back to Longyu and force them to hole up. From then on, our obvious sect will be able to unify the central plains. Yang Fan laughed heartily while Ren Wei rubbed his fists and said, This subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely do his best and manage Luzhou well for sect head. Yang Fan nodded and said, And? It is extremely important for Zhengli and the others to complete their mission. Their identities are considered top secret. In the future, if I have any instructions, I will give the order to you directly. You will be the one to contact them. You must not let anyone else do it. You must ensure that their identities will not attract the hidden sect's attention. Yes. After Lu Binji finished reading a small piece of paper, he flicked it lightly and threw it into the brazier. The paper quickly turned into a pile of ashes. Lu Binji spoke arrogantly and proudly. The obvious sect and hidden sect are finally going to fight. Dingyu used a bamboo ladle to scoop a bowl of tea for him and gently pushed it in front of Lu Binji. He smiled and said, Young master seems to be a little impatient. Lu Binji smiled and said, That's right. I have been impatient for a long time. However, I am also clear that they will not make a move so quickly. Before the troops are mobilized, the rations and fodder are already in advance. They will definitely make ample preparations before they think about making a move. This is also our chance. With the obvious sect and hidden sect's massive forces and how secretive their forces are, even if we use the army to annihilate them, we will not be able to do anything. If the two sects use some martial artists to fight and kill, it will not harm their vitality. Their true battlefield will not see blood, but it will also be the most damaging. At that time, their strength will truly be exposed. We will then be able to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the obvious sect and hidden sect are mutually injured, they will come out to clean up the mess. We will then take over and rebuild the succession hall. Dingyu said excitedly, This subordinate understands. Then, when the obvious sect and hidden sect are preparing their troops, should we not interfere in order to avoid alerting them? Lu Binji nodded and said, "Of course," but Lu Binji rubbed his chin and muttered, "In the north, in terms of foundation, who can compare to our Lu clan? Of course we cannot help, but if we don't help at all, it seems like we aren't fulfilling our responsibility as the host." His smile was a little sinister, and Ding Yu couldn't help but ask. Then young master plans to Lu Binji said, "Let our men in Lu province try to provide some convenience to Yang Fan's men and help them establish a foothold in Lu province as soon as possible." Ding Yu smiled knowingly and said, "This subordinate understands." Yang Fan and Xiao Man stayed at Yuzhen Temple until the evening before leaving. The couple came out of Yuzhen Temple and drove back to their mansion. But as soon as they entered the mansion, Mo Xuanfei whispered in Yang Fan's ear, "Ah Lang, Shangguan Zhaorong has arrived." Yang Fan nodded and informed Xiao Man before walking to the back garden. There was a small building in the back garden. This was where Wan and Yang Fan met after leaving the palace. Although Madame Zheng was not very satisfied with Yang Fan's somewhat unfair treatment of her daughter's heart was on Yang Fan, so she could only let it be and use her mansion as a cover for the two. Yang Fan arrived at the back garden and strolled to the front of the small building. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, a cute round-faced maid hurriedly bowed to him and pointed upstairs, smiling mischievously at Yang Fan. This master was very easygoing, so the maids in the inner residence were not afraid of him. Yang Fan smiled knowingly and walked upstairs. Wanner had already showered and changed into a soft robe. She was lazily leaning against the quilt, reading a book. Hearing the sound of the stairs, Wanner listened attentively. She immediately tiptoed off the bed, put on her soft-soled shoes, and quietly hid behind the screen. But with Yang Fan's skills, how could she hide her movements from Yang Fan? She was leaning against the screen waiting for Yang Fan to come out and scare him. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan suddenly flashed over from the other side of the screen and grabbed her waist, startling her. Yang Fan laughed and fell on the bed, pulling her to his side. Looking at the book by the pillow, he asked, "How come you have time to read today? You didn't bring Dyer here?" Wan sighed and said, "That girl is gradually growing up, and her temper is also wild. She runs around with her brother Ji all day. I want to bring her here to accompany her, but she is not happy. In the past, I could tell her some stories, but now she is tired of listening to them. It is so annoying." Looking at her bitter expression, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Wanner rebuked him and hit him, saying, "You are still laughing. Isn't it because of the good daughter you raised? You have no conscience. Now you are far away from the court and have found a place, but what about her? You are not thinking of a way." "Don't worry. Soon I am thinking of a way." Yang Fan hugged her and comforted her. He asked, "How is the situation in the palace now?" Wanner sighed and said, "What else can it be? The ruler is not the ruler, the minister is not the minister, the husband is not the husband, and the wife is not the wife. It is really disappointing." Chapter 1161. Hearing Wanner's words, Yang Fan felt strange and said, "What do you mean by the ruler is not the subject, the husband is not the wife?" Wanner sighed and said, "In the beginning, we all hoped that the Li family would regain their power and the world would be at peace. Looking at it now, it's no wonder that Emperor Zetian doesn't like the crown prince. His son is really a hopeless fool. He's so muddle-headed." "What? Why are you still asking? Tell me, what has he done since he ascended the throne? Now he spoiled Princess Enlu even more. He always said that when he was exiled to Fangzhou, he gave birth to Enlu halfway and didn't even have time to prepare a baby. He felt sorry for his daughter. Now that he was the emperor, he had to treat her better. It was one thing for Enlu to take away the treasured works of the two princes in the palace, but even the official positions were given away by Enlu. Enlu and her sister, Princess Chongning, competed for wealth. Their mansions were decorated with flowers, and it was hard to tell who was better. Enlu wanted to get the Kunming pool to win over Chongning. Could the Kunming pool be given as a gift? It was such a big lake, and many people depended on it to survive. The emperor refused, so she marked a piece of land on the outskirts of the city and forcibly drove away the local people. She wanted to dig a lake that was even bigger than the Kunming Pool. She even named it Kunming Pool. But to build such a big lake, the money was like running water. And Lu didn't have that much money, so she sold official positions. As long as you could pay the price, she would guarantee you an official position. After receiving the money, she wrote an imperial edict and asked the emperor to approve and stamp it. She covered up the content in advance, leaving only the space for the emperor to stamp it. The emperor didn't even ask her what she was writing. Have you ever heard of such a preposterous thing since ancient times? Hearing this, Yang Fan's mood was inexplicably depressed. Warner said, "That's not all. She still wants to be the crown princess." Yang Fan opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "Last time she wanted to be the crown princess and caused a change in the crown prince. She still dares to ask to be the crown princess?" Warner said, "Yes, I thought it was just a joke. Now it seems that she took it seriously." Yang Fan remained silent. Warner said, "Let me ask you, which prince dares to take the initiative to ask the emperor to appoint him as the crown prince?" Anyone who dared to covet the treasures would have an obvious ending. As a woman, Enlil actually made such an absurd request. The emperor should have sternly reprimanded her. Guess what the emperor said? Wan-er shook her head and smiled bitterly. The emperor said, "If you want to be the Empress Dowager, wait until your mother becomes the Empress Dowager." Emperor Zetian almost wiped out the entire Li clan. How long has it been since then? He's completely forgotten about it. What empire? In the eyes of our emperor, he's not the emperor. He's just the master of the Li clan. At this point, both of them became silent. After a long time, Yang Fan looked at Shanghai Warner and said, "Warner, before I completely withdraw from the court, I want to do one more thing." Warner raised her eyebrows and looked at him questioningly. Yang Fan said, "The mistake was made by me, so I should redeem it. Moreover, after I leave, even though I don't have military power, at least I will still have glory, splendor, wealth, and a frightening title, General who supports the nation. But those brothers who have gone through fire and water with me are still in the army. After the Wei brothers took over the Yulin Royal Guards, they are wantonly expelling dissidents. In time, those good brothers will not have a good ending. So, I want to do one thing." Warner was clever and had been by the emperor's side for more than 20 years. Hearing this, she understood. Her expression couldn't help but change. She said in shock, "Lang Jun, do you want to?" Yang Fan nodded lightly. Warner suddenly threw herself into his arms, her delicate body trembling. This matter had clearly shocked her. Yang Fan gently stroked her back and said in a joking tone, "Don't worry. It's not the first time I've done this. Practice makes perfect." Both of them were so focused on this topic that they inadvertently skipped over the matter of husband and wife are not husband and wife. Ever since the day Princess Yuzhen entered the Wei to observe the ceremony, Princess Taiping had frequently asked out on dates with Yang Fan. Yang Fan's words in the palace that day had really frightened her. But toward her, Yang Fan could not be as unreserved as he was toward Warner. Taiping was a very strong and independent woman. Furthermore, she had too many responsibilities on her shoulders. In this aspect, she was very different from Warner. In Warner's heart, her man was her heaven. In Taiping's heart, she was her Tai. The heavens and the earth were big. There was nothing that could bind her, whether it was family or love. Yang Fan was willing to implicitly reveal some of his intentions to her because if he really wanted to take action, he would very likely have to work hand in hand with Taiping. Otherwise, he would not even reveal this bit of information to her. A ruler does not lose his country in secret, and a subject does not lose his body in secret. Right now, Yang Fan was not alone. He also had his own responsibilities that he needed to bear. How could he be so ostentatious? However, with Princess Taiping's intelligence, She had already vaguely guessed what Yang Fan wanted to do from his implicit expression. For this reason, she repeatedly made appointments with Yang Fan to confirm his intentions. Naturally, Yang Fan was not willing to reveal more. Right now, he was still in secret contact with the person he had chosen. The other party had not given him a clear answer. If the other party did not intend to do this, he would naturally cancel his plans. There was no need to reveal the secret to Taiping so early. That day, Princess Taiping came to the Yang family again. This time, she did not come to interrogate Yang Fan about his hidden expression that day. Instead, she went with him to the banquet in Princess Annel's palace. Because Princess Annel's palace was right next to Yang Fan's palace, she went to the Yang family first. Although Wu Chongxuan had died, Princess Annel and Wu Chongxuan had a son. Today, this child was celebrating his birthday. Normally, a child's birthday would not disturb all the officials of the court, even if his mother was a princess. But now, this Princess Annel was like a little son of heaven. She was almost half of Li Xian's family. Naturally, it was a different matter. Furthermore, Li Xian doted on his daughter. Today, he specially came out of the palace with the Empress to attend the banquet in Princess Annel's palace. He specially ordered all the civil and military officials of third rank and above, as well as members of the imperial family, to attend. Even Princess Taiping had no choice but to lower herself and come to celebrate her grandnephew's birthday. Taiping sat in the Yang family for a while and ate 3 bowls of green tea. Just as she was about to walk with him to Princess Annel's palace, the doorman Emo Xuanfei suddenly came in with a female Taoist. The female Taoist looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and a charming appearance. Seeing Yang Fan walk over, Emo Xuanfei hurried forward and reported, "Ah Lang, this Taoist nun is from Jade Truth Temple. She says she has an important matter to discuss with Ah Lang." Yang Fan looked at the little Taoist nun with surprise. She seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not remember her name. Yang Fan had visited the Yuzhen monastery several times, so the little Taoist priestess recognized him. She hastily bowed in greeting, but suddenly she realized something was wrong. With a blushing face, she hastily cupped her hands in greeting, making Yang Fan want to laugh. When the little Taoist nun saw Yang Fan's smile, her expression became even more bashful. Twisting her fingers, she said with embarrassment, "This humble Taoist Ning Xiang is here on the orders of Jade Truth Temple's Master Wushang to invite the great general." Yang Fan said, "Oh, I was just about to attend a banquet at Princess Annel's palace. Little Taoist nun, please reply to Master Yuzhen that I will pay a visit later." The little Taoist nun Ning Xiang agreed. She stammered, "But Master Yuzhen said that the matter is very urgent and requests the great general to go over immediately." Yang Fan frowned slightly and thought, what urgent matter could that little girl Chiang have? He said, "I understand. I am going to Princess Annel's palace to attend a banquet. It cannot be delayed. After the banquet, I will go to Jade Truth Temple." The little Taoist nun Ning Xiang did not dare to say anything else. She could only agree. She stole a glance at Princess Taiping and left in a panic. Yang Fan felt that the side was a little quiet. He turned his head and saw Princess Taiping looking at him with a strange expression. He could not help but ask, "What is it?" Princess Taiping slowly walked 2 steps forward. She hesitated and asked, "Erlang Yu, what is your relationship with Chiang?" Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and stared at Taiping. A smile gradually appeared in his eyes. "What relationship do you think I have with her?" Taiping's face began to turn red. She angrily stamped her feet and said, "You know what I mean." Yang Fan sighed, "Don't let your imagination run wild. What relationship can I have with that silly little girl?" Princess Taiping followed him and looked at his expression. Seeing that his expression was calm and did not seem to be fake, she was slightly relieved. She was Yang Fan's woman. If her niece also had an unclear relationship with Yang Fan, it would be really embarrassing. Yang Fan denied it now. It seemed that there was really no relationship, but this was only Yang Fan's side of the story. What about Chiang? Did she have other thoughts about Yang Fan? Chiang was at the age when young girls yearn for love, and Yang Fan was undoubtedly a man that girls liked. Especially when he was over 30 years old and had a mature temperament, that kind of handsome and charming charm was not something a young girl yearning for love could resist. Princess Taiping thought about it. Her mind was in a trance. When she reached the door of Princess Annel's residence, she still did not wake up. Princess Yuzhen paced back and forth in the quiet room. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Princess Yuzhen stopped in her tracks and shouted, "Is it Ning Xiang? Come in quickly." The door was pulled open. Little Taoist nun Ning Xiang came in and said to Princess Yuzhen, "Disciple Ning Xiang greets monastery head." Princess Yuzhen looked behind her and asked anxiously, "Where is the Grand General? Is he not home?" Ning Xiang said, "The Grand General is here. But the Grand General is about to attend Princess Annel's banquet. This servant, no, this disciple did not invite him." Princess Yuzhen was very anxious. She stamped her feet and said, "Didn't I say that no matter what, you must invite him back?" Ning Xiang said embarrassedly, But Princess Taiping is beside the Grand General. This servant, this disciple is afraid when she sees him. I dare not be impudent." Princess Yuzhen was even more anxious when she heard it. But she could not blame her. Yuzhen had just received news related to Yang Fan. She was anxious to inform Yang Fan. However, the 20 over little Taoist nun beside her were bestowed by the palace. Even though with her identity, it was reasonable to say that she would not attract the emperor's attention and would not place spies around her, she still did not dare to take the risk. How could she dare to tell this matter to the messenger? Now it seemed that she could only make a trip personally. Thinking of this, Princess Yuzhen raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Prepare the carriage immediately. I want to go to Princess Annel's residence." Chapter 1162. Ever since the founding of the Tang dynasty, perhaps the time when power had been most concentrated was when Li Dan was emperor. There were no factions in the imperial court. All the factions were hibernating, and there was only one faction in the imperial court, the Wei faction. In the political affairs hall, 3 members of the Wei clan, Wei Wen, Wei Engshi, and Wei Jiuan, served as prime ministers. The prime ministers not only held political power, but also controlled the imperial guard of the southern Yamen. At the same time, Wei Jie, Wei Zhua, Wei Bo, Wei Xian, and the empress's nephew Gaochong, as well as Wu Yanxiu, controlled the northern Yamen. All the civil and military officials were gathered in the Wei clan. Besides the direct members of the Wei clan, there was also Zhong Chuk and Ji Chuna. Zhou Yong, Ran Ziong, Li Ji, Song Jishuan, Yao Shaoji, Zhong Jinqing, and a group of other henchmen attached themselves to the Wei clan. These people controlled the imperial censorate and the 6 ministries of the imperial court. All the important government offices were under their control. In the entire imperial court, all the nobles and nobles belonged to the Wei clan. Even when Wu Zetian was in power, she had never allowed the Wu clan to monopolize power. Wu Zetian had always adhered to the path of balance. No matter how many people she defeated, she would always establish a new power to ensure the balance between the various factions. But Li Xian had done the exact opposite. He had taken the initiative to help the Wei clan eradicate all its competitors. In these circumstances, who would dare not come to celebrate the birthday of Princess Annel's son? Did they not see that even the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping had no choice but to come and celebrate the birthday of their grandnephew? All sorts of precious gifts, which had not been transported away in time, were piled up on both sides of the ceremonial gate. The residence was filled with important ministers dressed in scarlet. If one was not dressed in scarlet, one would not even have the right to go in and drink water. To be able to leave a gift behind was already giving one a great deal of face, so one could happily leave. Princess Enli's son had just turned 5 this year. The 5-year-old little birthday boy was held in Li Xian's arms, and he impatiently twisted his body. He didn't like to mingle with so many adults, but after Enlu glared at him, he became obedient. Towards his biological mother, who had always been too lazy to take care of him, the little birthday girl only had fear. Yang Fan purposely chose a corner to sit, but he was discovered by someone and was pushed to the front. Although the people who appeared in Princess Enli's residence today were all important people with great authority, there weren't many major second-rank officials. Not only was Yang Fan a second-rank official, he no longer had any real power, so everyone respectfully arranged for him to be with those old fellows who had already retired. As far as the eye could see, all around him were white-haired former prime ministers and former ministers. Yang Fan sat among them, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Of course, he knew that this was Princess Enli's intentional arrangement. He had already seen Princess Enli's proud gaze, and this was Princess Enli's residence. How could she not ask for her opinion on the seating arrangement? However, Yang Fan did not feel humiliated. He was not familiar with these former high-ranking officials. Sitting among them saved him from being harassed. He only cared about calmly drinking his own wine and eating his own food. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Seeing Princess Enlu deliberately humiliate Yang Fan, Princess Taiping was initially quite worried, afraid that Yang Fan would not be able to restrain himself and become hostile on the spot. Seeing him calm and collected, she relaxed. Empress Wei sat at the seat of honor and presented a large night pearl to the birthday boy as a gift. The birthday boy was very interested in this round and smooth pearl. He happily accepted it and played with it with his 2 small hands. Empress Wei smiled at Li Xian. Today is your grandson's birthday. As his grandfather, shouldn't you give him a gift? Li Xian smiled. You have a pearl as a gift. Naturally, I have a gift for him as well. Li Xian whispered a few instructions to a young eunuch who was serving at his side. The young eunuch then walked out. A short while later, he came back with a horse. When the guests in the hall saw this, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. This horse was only half a meter tall and extremely small. Even if it was placed in a kennel, it would not necessarily be as strong as a large dog. However, it was truly a horse. When the birthday boy saw this horse, his eyes immediately lit up. Twisting his body, he slid out of Li Xian's embrace and ran to the front of the horse. He excitedly stretched out his hands. This little pony was extremely docile. The eunuch was not afraid that it would kick and injure the child. He giggled as he watched the birthday boy stroke the horse's mane. Li Xian stroked his beard and smiled. "Grandson, do you like this horse?" The birthday boy beamed with joy and nodded his head repeatedly. "I like it. I like it. Grandfather is so good." Li Xian chuckled. Empress Wei pursed her lips and said, "It is just a Han Palace pony. You are the emperor who has the wealth of the world. To only gift a pet horse to our grandson's birthday, isn't that a bit too stingy?" Li Xian said, "Ai. He is just a child. His birthday is just for fun. Do you think he will like things like gold, pearls, jade, and other such things? This is a gift that we have carefully chosen for our grandson." Princess Anil pulled on Li Xian's arm and said in a spoiled manner, "Father, I also feel that it is a bit too stingy for the grandson of heaven to only give a pony as a birthday gift. My son is still young and cannot tell good from bad. When he grows up, he will inevitably blame you, his grandfather." Li Xian helplessly said, "Fine, fine, fine. You little girl, tell me, what should father reward you with to satisfy you?" Princess Anil's eyes turned. Clapping her hands, she said, "Then father will bestow him an official title." This, Li Xian stroked his beard and thought for a moment. He said in a low voice, "Then, what official title should I bestow?" Enlu giggled and said, "Father is the present emperor. Isn't it up to father to decide what official title to bestow? Li Xian felt that his grandson was only 5 years old. It was not appropriate to suddenly bestow a high official title. But the title was too small. It looked like his daughter would not be satisfied. Just as he was deliberating, Empress Wei impatiently said, "What is there to think about? Just bestow my grandson the position of Taichung official, with additional titles of gold and purple bright rank official, general of the left guard, the title of Duke of Hao, and 500 households of land." Hearing this, Li Xian was shocked and hurriedly said, "That won't do. Isn't it too hasty? Wait for Zhen to return to the palace and think carefully before making a decision." Empress Wei icily said, "What is there to argue about? Didn't your Majesty say at Fangzhou that no matter what Xie does in the future, your Majesty will not interfere?" Li Xian was instantly at a loss for words. Princess Enlo hurriedly shot a glance at Wu Yanxiu. The two pulled the birthday girl over and bowed to Li Xian. "Many thanks to Imperial Father for bestowing this title." Li Xian opened his mouth, but in the end, he dejectedly said, "You may rise." All the officials present saw this. The officials of the Wei clan saw that the emperor had no prestige in front of the empress and couldn't help but be pleased with themselves. The Prince of Xiang, Taiping, and the other officials, on the other hand, were inwardly dejected. Yang Fan held a cup of wine and coldly gazed at the scene in the hall. He thought to himself, "The current emperor is clearly Empress Wei." Yang Fan tilted his head back and gulped down the cup of wine. Li Xian had been publicly rebuked by Empress Wei and felt very humiliated. He sat gloomily for a while, then said that he was tired and wanted to return to the palace. The emperor had come to celebrate his grandson's birthday and shouldn't have stayed for too long. After sitting for a while, he should have left. Now that the emperor was leaving, the officials naturally had to see him off. The civil and military officials, as well as the emperor's relatives, noisily escorted Li Xian and his wife out of the princess's estate and returned to the hall to take their seats. Now that the emperor was no longer seated at the seat of honor, the hall truly became lively and relaxed. Yang Fan saw that the emperor had left and drank a few more steps. Then he stood up, intending to bid farewell to the owner of this place. He saw that Wu Yanxiu and Zong Chuk were drinking and chatting merrily. Just as he was about to walk over, a green-clothed manservant suddenly stopped in front of him and bowed to him with a smile. He said, "Great General, my princess invites you." After the emperor and empress left, the male and female guests parted. The noble ladies of the imperial clan all went to the rear residence. Princess Enlu also pulled her son to the back. There were no more women in the hall. Hearing Enli's invitation, Yang Fan thought that she was going to pester him again. He said, "I am already slightly tipsy and am about to bid farewell. I and the princess are men and women, so I won't be going to the rear residence." The blue-clothed manservant lowered his voice and said, "Great General, don't misunderstand. When the princess sent this lowly one, she said that there was an important matter that she wanted to discuss with Great General. The princess also knows that it is not suitable for Great General to enter the rear residence, so she is waiting in the room next door. Great General, please do not make things difficult for this lowly one." This, Yang Fan felt it was strange. Hearing these words, it seemed that Enlu really did have some important secret that she wanted to talk to him about. Of course, Yang Fan didn't believe that someone like Enlu would care about the affairs of the country. However, with her status, it wouldn't be strange for her to know some important secret. And for her to want to meet with him, it was very likely that she wanted to use this secret to threaten him or use both hard and soft tactics to force him to submit. But what important matter did she know? Since she invited me to meet with her, it seemed that this matter must be related to me. Thinking of this, Yang Fan decided to meet with her. As long as he wasn't tempted, could it be that Princess Enlu would rape him? Yang Fan nodded his head and said, "If that's the case, please lead the way." The manservant smiled cheerfully and said, "Great General, this way please." This hall was very spacious. There were exits at the front, back, left, and right. The manservant led the way to the door on the right. Yang Fan followed behind the manservant. He had just taken a few steps when he heard a commotion at the main entrance of the hall. Someone said, "Hey, you can't go in." Immediately, a clear and crisp female voice said, "How dare you? Although I have entered the path of cultivation, I am still a daughter of the royal family. You are just a lowly servant, how dare you stop me?" Yang Fan felt that the voice was familiar. He stopped and turned around to look at the door. He saw two servants wearing green clothes and small hats blocking the entrance of the hall. Coincidentally, they were slapped by a jade hand. The two of them cried out, covered their cheeks and took 2 steps back, but they still refused to move away. The one who hit them was a Taoist nun. She was wearing a simple and elegant moon-white robe. Her shiny black hair was tied into a simple bun with a jade hairpin. Her skin was like jade and her face was like a peach blossom. She was graceful and charming, just like a jade person. In the crook of her arm was a jade scepter. Her elegant and otherworldly appearance was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Wasn't this Yuzhen Temple's Wushang Zhen Taoist elder Li Qiang? Chapter 1163. When Yang Fan saw that the person who had come was Princess Yuzhen, he couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. Why had she come? Was she also here to celebrate the birthday of the Enlu family's birthday star? The Prince of Xiang had no choice but to come. Li Qiang was a monk, so even if she refused to attend, no one could force her. Besides, this sort of forcefully barging into the princess's residence and slapping Enli's servant didn't seem like she was attending a banquet. In a flash, Yang Fan suddenly recalled that Li Qiang had sent someone to invite him to the banquet. He couldn't help but think, could she have come for me? That's impossible. What urgent matter does she have that she can't even wait for a moment and has to barge into Enli's residence? Although she's a princess, she's like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to Princess Enlu. How could she so easily offend Enlu? Could it be that Enlu has done something to anger her? Given Enli's usual arrogant conduct, this matter really isn't certain. While Yang Fan was thinking, Princess Yuzhen had already turned around. From the hands of a young Taoist nun, she took a book with a yellow silk cover. With a shake of her wrist, she unfurled it into a long scroll. In the Tang dynasty, thread-bound books had not yet been invented, and the whirlwind style was not in vogue. At the time, most books were folded. When the folded book was not opened, it looked no different from later books. Once opened, it looked like the memorials commonly seen in movies and dramas. When unfolded, it was a long scroll, and after repeatedly folding, it formed the appearance of a book. Li Qiang yelled, "Dog servant, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. With the jade disc here, does this humble Taoist count as a member of the imperial family?" The yellow book in Li Qiang's hand was a jade disc. It was a book specially used to record the identity of the members of the royal family. It was the genealogy of the royal family. However, although it was called a jade disc, it was also made of paper. It did not mean that this kind of proof of identity was carved from jade. After the emperor left, the Prince of Xiang immediately took his leave. He had already left, so he did not see his daughter's angry appearance. At the time, Princess Taiping had also wanted to leave, but Princess Enlu had strenuously urged her to stay. A group of imperial princesses who wanted to curry favor with Enlu swarmed forward and invited Princess Taiping to the rear residence, where she was not present. Without their elders to stop them, who would be willing to step forward and scold a princess? When Wu Yanxiu saw this situation, as the host, she naturally had to step forward and ask questions. Therefore, she left Zhong Chuk behind and hurriedly went forward to welcome them. The green-clothed manservant, who was leading Yang Fan to the side room, was also very curious about Princess Yuzhen's actions. He stood there to watch and did not urge Yang Fan to leave. Wu Yanxiu rushed to Princess Yuzhen's side and cupped her hands with a fake smile, saying, "Priest Wu Shangzhen, I wonder what brings you to my humble residence?" Li Qiang was dumbfounded by his question and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. But in the eyes of others, she was still a beautiful and youthful Taoist nun and could not see this change. Being questioned by Wu Yanxiu, Li Qiang could not help but feeling anxious and startled, frightened and flustered. "Oh no," she thought. "I came in a hurry and did not even think of a suitable excuse. What should I do?" In the next room, Princess Annel had already made meticulous preparations. She wore a set of torn undergarments inside and covered it with a light gauze gown. Thinking of the scene when Yang Fan entered the room and she suddenly tore open the gown and shouted that he was molesting her, causing the guests in the hall to swarm in, Princess Annel smiled slightly coldly. Wasn't it normal for a calamitous beautiful princess and a drunk general to appear in such a scene? At that time, she could only say that Her Highness wanted to invite this unemployed general to be her son's first teacher. Therefore, she invited him to the side room to discuss this matter. Who knew that this general was drunk and lustful and actually wanted to rape the princess? Just based on this, even if it was not enough to take his life, it was enough to ruin his reputation. From then on, he would not be able to have a foothold in Chang'an. The imperial court would also definitely punish him by demoting his position and removing his title. At that time, Yang Fan would be like a phoenix with all its feathers plucked. No matter where he was deposed to, it would only take a word to kill him. No one could understand the feeling of a trapped dragon being played by shrimps better than Princess Annel. After waiting for a while, Yang Fan still did not come over. Princess Annel became a little impatient. She also knew that Yang Fan was not willing to see her. But unless Yang Fan already knew that she was going to set him up, how could he not be curious? Did he not want to know what urgent matter she had? In order to make it easier for her to use the plan, Princess Annel had already dismissed the maids beside her. At this time, it was impossible for her to send someone to see what was going on. She could only continue to wait patiently. In the time it took for Li Qiang to be in a daze, tens of thousands of thoughts had already spun through her mind. As it turned out, Princess Yuzhen was in a hurry to see Yang Fan today because she knew that Princess Annel wanted to set Yang Fan up. Ever since Princess Annel had given up on the idea of conquering Yang Fan, she had wholeheartedly wanted to kill Yang Fan. Even though she did not say why she hated Yang Fan so much, but in front of Wu Yanxiu, she had often talked about her hatred for Yang Fan. Wu Yanxiu was very fawning on his princess wife, but he did not have any good ideas for him to deal with an outstanding general. So the matter had been dragged on like this. 2 days ago, Wu Yanxiu was on duty in the palace and had a drink with Empress Wei's nephew, Gao Chong. These two were now Yulin generals and each controlled a troop of winged cavalry and a troop of 10,000 cavalry. It could be said that they had great power. At present, Lady Wei's arrogance reached the heavens and she was insufferably arrogant. The two of them not only dared to drink while on duty in the palace, they drank the imperial wine brought from the palace, and the people serving them were palace eunuchs. They did not trust Yang Fan's former subordinate. They could maintain a certain level of vigilance against ordinary palace maids and eunuchs, but they were not so wary of the eunuchs promoted by the Empress. Thus, there was no need to avoid discussing matters in front of them. Unexpectedly, while Empress Wei used and guarded against Wan and refused to let Wan people work in her palace, she did not pay attention to Gao Lishur, this young eunuch. Gao Lishur was now in charge of the plum job of purchasing in the palace. With this good job, he had won over many people. Of the two little eunuchs serving tea and wine for Gao Chong and Wu Yanxiu, one of them was Gao Lishur's godson. Although he was a godson, this little eunuch was actually not much younger than Gao Lishur. However, when the eunuchs in the palace ranked seniority, it was mainly based on status and had little to do with age. When Wu Yanxiu and Gao Chong were about 70 to 80% drunk, Wu Yanxiu suddenly changed the topic to Yang Fan. She said that for some reason he had offended the princess, but she had no excuse to punish him. Gao Chong had offered him this plan. Wu Yanxiu heard it and felt it was very feasible. When she went back, she was going to follow this plan. Their conversation was heard clearly by Gao Lishi's godson. He went back and secretly reported it to Gao Lishi. Gao Lishi turned back and sent the news to Princess Yuzhen through the eunuch in charge of purchasing in the palace. Princess Yuzhen might have left home, but she was still the only person in charge of this line of communication in the palace for her third brother. Gao Lishi could only contact her. After Princess Yuzhen heard the news, she immediately wanted to warn Yang Fan. However, by the time she received the news, it was already the day of Princess Enli's birthday banquet. Although Princess Yuzhen immediately sent someone to see Yang Fan, they were still one step too late. Li Qiang made up her mind and charged straight into Princess Enli's fu. At this moment, Wu Yanxiu stepped forward and asked. Princess Yuzhen suddenly realized that there was an important link in this matter that she had not considered. How could she explain her purpose in coming? If she had randomly found some other reason, such as celebrating her nephew's birthday, and was angry that someone had obstructed her, then she would have displayed her might. Her reason for charging into Princess Enli's fu would be more than sufficient, but she would have no excuse to detain Yang Fan. If Wu Yanxiu had someone send her to the rear residence and Yang Fan fell for the trap, why would she have charged in? If she had come for Yang Fan, what reason did she have to charge into Princess Enli's fu, all for the sake of Yang Fan? If she did not have a reasonable excuse and ruined Princess Enli's affair, Wu Yanxiu and the others would assuredly be alarmed, guessing that the news had been leaked. There had only been 2 eunuchs serving Wu Yanxiu and Gao Chong that day. As long as they were determined to investigate, this matter would assuredly be leaked. The eunuch would die, Gao Lishi would probably be exposed, and the Son of Heaven would know that the Prince of Xiang's estate had planted spies in the palace. Just thinking about this string of evil consequences made Li Qiang break out in a cold sweat. Just as it was said that in a moment of desperation, all sorts of dangers flashed through her mind, and Li Qiang suddenly thought of an excellent excuse. Wu Yanxiu saw that Princess Yuzhen was silent and only had a slightly strange expression on her face, so she couldn't help but ask, "Just why has Taoist priest come to visit my humble residence? Haha, could it be that you have also come to celebrate my son's birthday?" Li Qiang calmed down and looked over Wu Yanxiu's shoulder at Yang Fan. In a loud voice, she said, "Great General Yang, this humble Taoist arranged an hour with you, but this humble Taoist's pot of tea is already old, and General still hasn't arrived. This humble Taoist thought that General had some important matter, but it turns out that you are here enjoying yourself." Li Qiang's words were laced with jealousy, and everyone in the hall could feel the sourness in her words. The entire hall was immediately in an uproar. It was just treating someone to tea. Was there a need to make such a big fuss just because someone was late? Moreover, this tone, this demeanor. No wonder Li Shinyang was unwilling to marry to Tufan, she already had someone in her heart. Moreover, this person in her heart was already married, and this person in her heart had an ambiguous relationship with her aunt. Hiss, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air and uniformly turned their admiring gazes towards Great General Yang. A hero! What's more, someone suddenly remembered that the Golden Immortal Princess also frequently went to Yuzhen Temple to reunite with her younger sister. Moreover, this Golden Immortal Princess also insisted on becoming a nun because she was unwilling to marry to Tufan. Could it be that this pair of sisters had an affair with Yang Fan? Thinking of this, their gazes towards Yang Fan were filled with admiration. This is the Princess Killer Ah. Although Yang Fan had already faded out of people's sight, because of this matter, his legend has been circulating in Jianghu for a long time. Li Qiang also knew what kind of ambiguity her words would attract, not to mention that she had purposely made it sound like she was jealous. As soon as the words left her mouth, 2 red clouds unconsciously flew up on her pretty face. Her eyes flickered with embarrassment and annoyance, which further confirmed the guesses in everyone's hearts. Chapter 1164. When Yang Fan heard Li Qiang's words, his heart tightened. In practically an instant, he was already sure that Li Qiang really had something extremely important to tell him. This matter was so important and extremely confidential that she didn't hesitate to humiliate herself in order to conceal her true objective. Yang Fan was a smart person, how could he not know what he should do? He immediately circulated his qi and made a blushing face. He hurriedly went forward and said to Princess Yuzhen uneasily, "Priest, I am really sorry, I have missed the appointment. Attending Princess and Li's banquet today is under the Emperor's order. As a subject, how can I defy the Emperor's order? I have troubled priests to wait for me and even personally come forward to welcome me. I am really terrified. This Yang will definitely apologize to Taoist priest later." After Yang Fan finished, he hurriedly turned around and still had a shy expression. He awkwardly avoided everyone's gaze and cupped his hands towards Wu Yanxiu and said, "I am indebted to Prince Consort's banquet, I have eaten and drank to my heart's content. I will take my leave now, take my leave." Wu Yanxiu opened her mouth but did not say anything in the end. That green-clothed manservant did not know the princess and Lu couple's real intention. Even though the mistress said that General Yang must be invited to the side room, but Yang Fan was bidding his male master farewell. As a house servant, how could he have the qualifications to ask him to stay, so he could only stand there without saying a word. Princess Yuzhen saw that Yang Fan understood her intention and could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. But once her nervousness was released, embarrassment inevitably surged up. For a moment, she could not suppress the embarrassment and wished that she could find a hole to hide in. She was a young lady who had just experienced her first awakening of love, and her face was very tender. Now that she had spoken like this, it was not considered as openly declaring her love to Yang Fan. It could directly cause others to think that she had an affair with Yang Fan. It was obvious that she had already given her virginity to Yang Fan. How could she not be embarrassed? Now, Yang Fan's act was equivalent to admitting that the two of them had an affair. Princess Yuzhen was embarrassed and her face was so hot that an egg could be placed on it. The gazes of surprise, disdain, envy, and ridicule pierced Li Qiang's face. She couldn't stand there anymore. She simply flicked her sleeves, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. With an embarrassed expression, Yang Fan hastily cupped his fists toward Wu Yanxiu. Lifting the lapel of his gown, he ran after Princess Yuzhen. As soon as the two of them left, there was a loud bang in the hall. Immediately there was a burst of discussion. The imperial court officials dressed in purple winked at each other, beaming with joy. Who said that people of high status didn't have the heart to gossip? These people were no less gossipy than the men and women in the marketplace. The only difference was that they only talked to people of the same level. Occasionally, there were a few experienced and dignified people who only twirled their beards and smiled faintly without saying a word. It looked like they were shrewd. Who knew if they were pondering over what Yang Fan said? "I will definitely apologize to the Taoist priest solemnly when I get back." And, the more they thought about it, the more it left an endless aftertaste. When the news reached the West Chamber, Lu was dumbfounded. Following that, there was a deeper hatred. Li Qiang was admittedly beautiful, but could she be more beautiful than her? She knew why Yang Fan looked down on her. This was a stain that she couldn't erase, and she didn't want to erase it. She had never thought of guarding her body and heart for a man, but she couldn't accept a man being able to reject her seduction. Thus, she could only turn this into a deeper hatred. Yang Fan. Lu sneered venomously. Her hatred was deep. In the backyard, Princess Taiping, who was drinking with the other princesses and noble ladies, also heard the news. When they heard that Princess Yuzhen, who had become a monk, had an affair with Yang Fan, the backyard immediately exploded. These bored ladies were more interested in this kind of gossip than the men. They chattered and excitedly talked for a long time before they suddenly realized that there was a Taiping who had an ambiguous relationship with Yang Fan sitting at the scene. At this time, they wanted to shut up, but it was too late. Although Princess Taiping tried her best to hide her emotions, her face was already frighteningly gloomy. A cup of dark red wine was tightly held in her hands. Her joints were so tense that they turned white. Humiliation and the pain of betrayal were like two knives, constantly twisting her heart. When Yang Fan cooperated with Li Qiang to put on that show, he knew that it would definitely cause a huge uproar. But at that time, he couldn't care too much. It was even more impossible for a girl to ruin her own reputation, and he would still use a pretentious tone to clear his name. This kind of gentleman, he was disdainful. Li Qiang came in an ox cart. Even though the ox cart was slow, there were only ox carts in her nunnery, and she had nowhere to find a horse. Even though the ox cart was slow, it was much more spacious than a horse cart. When Yang Fan came, he came on foot. Therefore, when he left Princess and Li's residence, he boarded Princess Yuzhen's ox cart. The car was spacious, and there were passenger seats, so Yang Fan didn't need to squeeze with Li Qiang. Even so, because of the conversation in the hall, the two of them suddenly sat in this small enclosed space, and Li Qiang still felt very uncomfortable. She secretly glanced at Yang Fan, and her pretty face blushed again, inexplicably bashful. After Yang Fan sat down, the ox cart started moving. Yang Fan also couldn't help but take a look at Li Qiang. He took a very serious look. Her black and glossy long hair was tied into a Taoist bun with a jade hairpin. She wore a white Taoist robe that covered her body. Her waist was slender and there was a hidden allure hidden in it. Looking at her eyebrows that were like distant mountains, her skin that was smooth and creamy, she was elegant and refined. She really had the aura of a mature woman. Yang Fan coughed lightly and no longer looked at that slightly translucent and blushing face. He only placed his hands on his knees and asked solemnly, "Your Highness did not hesitate to use such a method to summon me out. Did something big happen?" Yes, something big happened. Li Qiang's mind was in a trance. It was as if there was an indescribable feeling that was quietly invading her heart. Suddenly being awakened by Yang Fan's words, Li Qiang's mind immediately became clear. She hurriedly said, "This poor Taoist rushed over in a hurry and it was really not by choice. This poor Taoist suddenly received a message that Princess Enlu is going to harm the general." Li Qiang narrated the message she had received from beginning to end. A smear of anger instantly floated onto Yang Fan's brow. Was this scheme childish? It was very childish and very simple, but it could achieve its effect. It was precisely because this scheme was too simple and childish that Yang Fan would not be on guard. And once this kind of thing was seen by others, they would rather believe it than not. Also, the emperor had wanted to punish him, but he had no excuse. Li Guerre did not know that he was also the sect leader of the Xian sect. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fan had this identity, if he fell into the trap this time, he would really be at the mercy of others. Yang Fan lightly exhaled and slowly restrained the anger on his brow. He clasped his hands to Li Qiang and sincerely said, "Many thanks for Princess's warning. If Princess had not disgraced herself to come warn me, this Yang would definitely have fallen into her trap today. This great kindness cannot be thanked with words. This Yang will engrave it in his heart." Li Qiang curiously glanced at him, and then hurriedly shifted her gaze. For some reason, she was somewhat afraid to look at Yang Fan. Li Qiang twisted her fingers and stammered, "Then Enlu, why did she scheme so much to deal with the great general? The great general has done the emperor's family a great favor. Could it be that the great general has a personal grudge against Enlu?" Yang Fan bitterly smiled and countered, "The emperor is currently scheming to deal with the Prince of Xiang, and the Prince of Xiang has also done the emperor a great favor. Is there a personal grudge between them?" Li Qiang pouted and said, "That's different." Yang Fan asked, "What's different about it?" Li Qiang opened her mouth, but in the end, there were some words that were difficult to say. In her view, the grudge between Yang Fan and Princess Enlu was most likely due to the matters between a man and a woman. Enli's skirt was too loose, and it wasn't some incredible secret in the capital, but Enli's peerless beauty was unparalleled, and yet he was able to resist Enli's temptation. This sort of willpower was truly quite extraordinary. Thinking of this, Li Qiang couldn't help but sneak another glance at Yang Fan. Unexpectedly, when she glanced over, she saw Yang Fan staring straight at her, an indescribable smile on his lips. Li Qiang was greatly embarrassed and quickly withdrew her gaze. Her chin hung down deeply, and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't even sit properly. Yang Fan stared at Li Qiang and took her measure, not because he was appreciating her tranquil and elegant appearance, but because he was pondering something. How did Li Qiang manage to find out about such a major secret? There was no question that she had people in the palace, and she was a naive and unaffected young girl. Why would she place spies in the palace? Yang Fan thought of Gao Lisher, thought of Li San Lang behind Gao Lisher, and then from Li San Lang to this temple abbess Yuzhen in front of him. A clear connection gradually became clear in his mind. Li San Lang was far away in Luzhou, and the person who contacted Li San Lang in the palace was his younger sister, Princess Yuzhen. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. In the past, he had thought that changing the Son of Heaven was a very difficult matter, but the success of the Dragon God's coup and the Crown Prince's simple and crude coup almost succeeded made him realize that although the Son of Heaven was wealthy and had millions of soldiers, he, who was at the center, was actually very weak. It was like a beehive. No one could resist the tens of thousands of bees, but if you could avoid the worker bees, directly attack the heart, find the queen bee, and pinch it to death with 2 fingers. Yang Fan, who had personally participated in 2 coups, was determined to do one last thing before he retired from the court: pull down the person he had personally raised to the throne. If he wanted to pull down Li Xian, could he replace him with Li Xian's sons? Yang Fan had done some research on Li Xian's 2 remaining sons. Li Zhongfu, who had been banished to Lingnan, had very mediocre talent. Moreover, his princess consort was the niece of Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, and Yang Fan had participated in the assassination of the second Zhang. As for Li Xian's other son, Li Zhongmao, he was still a child. This meant that he could only support someone else, and who else could this person be besides Li Dan? From how Li Dan had resolutely appeared during the Dragon God's coup and led his 5 sons to the Taiji Palace to seize control of the Southern Palace Imperial Army, ensuring that the capital was not thrown into chaos, Yang Fan could see that while Li Dan usually had a weak personality, he did not lack for a staunch side. Moreover, this person had successfully educated his 5 sons and 11 daughters, making them so close to each other as siblings. This was something that Li Xian did not possess. Li Xian had a cold and indifferent personality, and the relationship between his children was also very cold. But Li Dan could not be like Li Xian. That kind of person could not raise such children. Thus, Yang Fan had already set his target on Li Dan. However, it was not just Lu Bin who had secretly probed Li Dan's intentions. Yang Fan had also sent people to probe the Prince of Xiang's intentions. Although the Prince of Xiang had been repeatedly suppressed by the Emperor, he had never had any intention of rebelling against his biological brother. As a result, Yang Fan could only take another path and reach a consensus with the Prince of Xiang's sons. Yang Fan considered the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons again and finally decided on 2 possible candidates, Li Qingqi or Li Longji. The reason why Yang Fan was so cautious with the people he wanted to interact with was that, if he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Thus, he had to choose the most reliable person to interact with. After another round of serious analysis and selection, Yang Fan finally chose Li Longji. He pretended to prepare for war with the hidden sect and began to place troops in Lu province. His goal was to easily provide Li Longji with financial and material resources once he formed an alliance with Li Longji, allowing him to recruit soldiers and buy horses. However, while he was cautious, wasn't Li Longji the same? To the two of them, this was an extremely dangerous matter. Thus, Li Longji had yet to give him a clear answer. Now that he had this Princess Yuzhen, he and Li Longji could be considered to have a reliable bridge. Li Qiang had no idea what Yang Fan's knowing smile meant. When Yang Fan smiled, Li Qiang lowered her head. Her heart was like an uncontrollable little deer, beating wildly, making her feel flustered. Li Qiang stealthily swallowed her saliva and timidly asked, "Great General, what are you smiling about?" Yang Fan let out a sigh and sighed ruefully. "I was thinking that since things have already come to this, I believe that there are some things that I will have less to worry about when I do them." When the flustered Li Qiang heard these words, she couldn't help but feel alarmed. What does he want to do that he no longer has any scruples? Chapter 1165. The affair between Yang Fan and Princess Yuzhen was secretly spread through the upper echelons of society. Strangely, this matter did not spread to the common people. Very few people in the marketplace knew of it. This effect was all thanks to the Wei faction. At present, the Wei faction was at the top of the court. Even though they knew that this matter would harm the Prince of Xiang's estate's reputation, the Wei faction, which had always viewed the Prince of Xiang as a thorn in their side, did not use this matter to make a big fuss. The reason for this was that no matter what, this matter could not cause any substantial harm to the Prince of Xiang or Yang Fan. On the contrary, it would cause the Emperor to lose a great deal of face. And the Emperor and the Wei faction were bound together for good or ill, so the Wei faction naturally would not do anything that would harm their own reputation. Because Li Qiang had become a monk in order to resist the Emperor's marriage. What did you proclaim? Fine, not only was she not getting married, she didn't even become a monk properly? Not only did she continue to live in luxury, she even had a man. Who was the most shameful? Back then, Li Shimin had been able to execute Monk Bianji in a fit of rage, but Li Xian had been unable to kill Yang Fan. This was because Princess Yuzhen was different from Princess Gaoyang. Princess Gaoyang was already married and had a son-in-law, but she was having an affair with a monk. Moreover, the jade pillow that Princess Gaoyang had gifted to Monk Bianji had been stolen, and the imperial censors had brought the matter to the Golden Palace Hall. The imperial family had already lost all face and could only use murder to wash away this humiliation, which was why they had ordered Bianji's execution. But Princess Yuzhen had no husband. She was a free woman, and after becoming a monk and entering the Tao, she became even freer. There were three kinds of female Taoist priests in the Tang dynasty. One was those who had sincerely entered the Tao and devoted themselves to cultivation. Another was the daughters of noble ladies who did not get along with their husbands or were impatient with the many rules and regulations and thus became Taoist priests. The third was even prostitutes who, in order to avoid taxes, used the identity of Taoist priests to become prostitute. Regardless of which one it was, the Taoist priests of the Tang dynasty did not have such a strict distinction between men and women, and it was very common for male guests to enter Taoist temples. In this atmosphere, what could one do to Princess Yuzhen? Even if one wanted to deal with this matter strictly, one could not do anything to the Prince of Xiang. If Princess Yuzhen and Yang Fan were to deny it, they would not have the jade pillow as evidence. In addition, the people truly in charge were Empress Wei and Princess Anil. Princess Anli's private life was not peaceful. She did not know how many dissolute things she had done. Even the common people knew about it. The common people were extremely sympathetic towards Princess Yuzhen being forced to become a nun. She dared to make a fuss about this matter. She was not afraid of drowning in their spittle. As for Wei Wei, she had a large poster painted on the Vermilion Fan on Vermilion Street. Of her, and she had Wei had Fan. Chun of Zhen on, but she had on of Chen Wuji, but he on of on, but Every few years, Yang Fan would become a figure in the eye of the storm because of a freak combination of factors. This time, the consequences were not so serious, which made him rejoice. Dynasty. Yu and Wang Yuanqin, one emperor of Qin. In the study room, Princess Taiping carefully looked at a long list of gifts. After reading it, she nodded and said, "Well, prepare according to this list. On the 6th of next month, it will be the conscription ceremony. Don't let anything go wrong." Li Yi, the steward, answered respectfully. Princess Taiping sighed tiredly. She rubbed her eyebrows and said, "Chong Sun is a playful child. I hope he will be more sensible after he is married." Li Yi did not dare to say anything about the young master. He bowed to Princess Taiping and left. As soon as he reached the door, he saw second Langjun Xue Chongjian rushing in. Li Yi quickly retreated to the door and bowed to Xue Chongjian. Xue Chongjian ignored him. He stepped into the door and said loudly, "Mother, how is it going to be?" Princess Taiping put down her hand and said with a frown, "This child, why are you pestering us again? Now that the situation is delicate, why do you insist on being a soldier? Your identity is too sensitive, and you don't have to ask people to find fault with our family." Xue Chongjian was displeased and said, "Mother, are my requirements high? You want me to have a bright future, so I want to train in the army. I love martial arts, and Mother knows that. If I don't go to the army, what should I do?" "You," Princess Taiping waved her hand in annoyance and said, "I am busy. Go ahead. I will go to the palace tomorrow and talk to the emperor." Xue Chongjian's anger turned into joy. He happily agreed and ran to the drill ground to practice. Princess Taiping looked at her son's back and smiled bitterly. She thought that if she wanted to do this, the Wei family would have to agree. She wanted to ask someone to get a set of expensive jewelry from the warehouse and go to the palace to talk to Empress Wei. For the sake of her beloved son, Princess Taiping, who was always arrogant, had to lower her voice. She was about to ask someone to get her favorite ruby headwear from the warehouse when a maid walked in and squatted. "Princess, the general-in-chief who supports the state wants to see you." Hearing that it was Yang Fan, Princess Taiping's face immediately darkened. "I won't see him." Seeing the princess's face darkening, the maid did not dare to say more. She hurriedly agreed and ran out. Princess Taiping opened her mouth to speak as if she wanted to call her back. But her hand was already in the air, and the words at the tip of her mouth could not come out. This was the third time Yang Fan came to see her. From beginning to end, she only had 2 words: "I won't see him." She did not want to listen to Yang Fan's explanation. Regardless of whether Yang Fan and Qi Ying really had an affair, she had already become a laughing-stock. Perhaps what she hated was not Yang Fan, but the fact that even though her powerful mother had passed away, she still could not get rid of the shackles on her body. She could not pursue what she wanted and could only continue to live in an environment that she hated. She hated Yang Fan and hated herself even more. She was tired of everything now. Even love could not give her the passion she deserved. "General-in-chief, please return. The princess won't see you." Without waiting for Yang Fan to answer, the door was closed with a bang. Doormen were the most snobbish kind of animals. Seeing that Her Royal Highness had made Yang Fan eat closed door 3 times in a row, this doorman had no respect for Yang Fan. Yang Fan stood in front of the door. Light snowflakes fell on his head and shoulders. Very soon, they became a layer of white fluffy. Yang Fan sighed softly. Carrying the snowflakes on his shoulders, he walked down the stone step. Ren Wei led a fine horse. Yang Fan adjusted the saddle and stirrup. The group of people slowly went away and gradually merged with the snow. Yang Fan could not tell Princess Taiping the truth that Princess Yuzhen was looking for him. Princess Taiping did not hesitate to humiliate herself to keep this secret. As the person who was rescued, he could not shamelessly reveal this secret in order not to be misunderstood. Yang Fan racked his brains and came up with a similar excuse to cover up the past. Unfortunately, Princess Taiping did not want to see him. Naturally, he was also unable to explain the misunderstanding to Princess Taiping. After asking to see her several times, Yang Fan could only silently leave. His heart gradually turned cold. High official Shiman said, "Pan donkey deng xiaoxian, these 5 things, I have some." High official Yang did not have deng xiaoxian nor deng xiaoxian. How could he have a lot of time to talk about love and flatter? Moreover, Princess Taiping had already passed the age where a lingering word could make her happy for half a day. Regarding this day, perhaps Yang Fan already had a premonition. He knew that Princess Taiping's matter was actually just an incentive. Princess Taiping had her own life, her own world. After she became middle-aged, the passion between a man and a woman gradually faded away. More of her energy was focused on her family and children. The two of them did not have a common child, and they also did not have a common family. Unconsciously, their feelings faded away. It was a matter of course. Love, no one knew where it started, and no one knew where it ended. This was probably the truest portrayal of, if life is only like the first meeting. Not only the relationship between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping was bleak, but also the weather. Another heavy snowfall covered the earth with a thick layer of cotton quilt. Everywhere was wrapped in silver and white. The several winter sweet trees on the Yang family hill were in full bloom. Another year's New Year arrived. During the Shangyuan festival, the palace was bustling with noise and excitement. But this kind of festive excitement was quite different from the previous years. The Tang dynasty was almost completely controlled by Madame Wei and Princess Annal, who would pester her father to become the crown princess from time to time. The grand banquets in the palace and the New Year's celebration were naturally organized by them. The exorcism dance was cancelled because Empress Wei did not have any interest in that kind of large-scale dance that bared fangs and brandished claws. The grand palace music that Wu Zetian liked with 1,000 people dancing together was also cancelled because Princess Anlu found it boring. Under Princess Annal's ingenious arrangement, colorful canopies were set up in Yeding Palace, counters were set up, and all kinds of street goods, all kinds of raw and cooked snacks, silks and satins, jewelry and headgear, needles and thread were put on display. The little chamberlains and palace maids were made to stand behind as peddlers. The officials first entered Taiji Palace, and then entered Yeding Palace through the Tongming Gate. As soon as they entered the palace gate, they saw many shops on both sides of the imperial road. The palace maids and eunuchs had long received Princess Annal's orders and immediately began to shout with all their might. These officials did not know how many years it had been since they personally went to the market to buy things, and when they went up to ask for the price they could actually bargain. It was like a real business, and some of the officials found it very refreshing. But more officials looked at each other and shook their heads, sighing sadly. They felt that this was a disgrace to the culture. The imperial palace had actually turned into a market, and all the officials in court had become customers. They did not know whether this game was meant to entertain others or entertain themselves. Yang Fan strolled with his hands behind his back. Looking at the foul atmosphere in the imperial palace, he felt an inexplicable sorrow in his heart. These were the descendants of Tian Khan Li Shimin. Even though Yang Fan had always disdained the only female empress in history, Wu Zetian, but he had to admit that if the owner of this imperial palace was still Wu Zetian, at least she would not trample on the imperial power to this extent. Yang Fan walked slowly with the flow of people, looking indifferently at the stalls and shops on his left and right. He did not notice that there was a pair of eyes in the dark that had quietly locked onto him. The eyes were unusually complicated. Chapter 1166. As Yang Fan walked, the pair of eyes in the crowd continued to stare at him. Those eyes were hesitant and indecisive, as though they wanted to approach Yang Fan but lacked the courage. When Yang Fan returned to Taiji Palace from the back door of Yi Ting Palace and walked along the 1,000 steps corridor to the Black Tortoise Gate, the pair of eyes silently disappeared. If one wanted to follow someone on the 1,000 steps corridor, it was very easy to be discovered. At this time, the Black Tortoise Gate was also draped in red, a festive atmosphere. Large red lanterns hung from the eaves of the walls, and a soft red carpet was laid from the bottom of the walls to the top of the walls. The top of the walls was equipped with an imperial throne, and around it were braziers of high-quality animal charcoal. So the emperor had been original and wanted to watch the singing and dancing and tug-of-war competition here as a celebration of the Upper Prime era. This was naturally the idea of Empress Wei and Princess Enlu. They had turned the Upper Prime festival celebration in the palace into a cultural and entertainment event. When Yang Fan ascended the Black Tortoise Gate, the emperor and empress had not yet appeared. Seeing Yang Fan ascend the walls, Lu Maofeng, who was guarding the Black Tortoise Gate today, had a happy expression. He immediately led a few of his personal guards to welcome him. Yang Fan immediately gave him a stern look. Currently, there were many high-ranking officials of the imperial court standing on top of the city walls, talking loudly. Yang Fan did not want this scene to fall into their eyes, to let them know that he still had great control over his 10,000 cavalry. Moreover, Yang Fan did not want to make things difficult for Lu Maofeng and the others. He knew that the cavalry were not having an easy time right now. Ever since the Wei brothers had taken over the cavalry, in order to quickly take control of this armed force, they had used what they thought was the most effective method: severe punishment. Large numbers of soldiers had been severely punished by them with all kinds of excuses. Many middle and low-ranking officers were not spared. 2 days ago, even a high-ranking general like Huang Xuchang had been whipped by Wei Bo for the slightest bit of rebuttal. Lu Maofeng was not lacking in scheming. As soon as he saw Yang Fan's expression, he immediately turned his feet slightly. Originally, he was leading a few of his bodyguards to greet him, but at this moment, he brushed past Yang Fan's shoulder, as if he had something urgent to attend to. He didn't immediately stop or turn his head. Which of the ministers on the city wall wasn't a shrewd person? That kind of action would be too obvious, and it would instead arouse suspicion. When the two of them passed by each other, Yang Fan slightly lowered his head and gave him a look of approval without anyone noticing. Ever since Yang Fan was demoted to the position of great general who supports the nation in name only, all the officials knew that Yang Fan had lost his power. Now that even his former subordinates were estranged from him, they could not help but secretly sigh at the fickleness of the world. However, when it came to their turn, no one went to add flowers to brocade. As soon as Yang Fan stood on the city wall, the surrounding ministers, intentionally or unintentionally, immediately moved away, clearing an empty space within a radius of 3 zhang around him. No one wanted to be the emperor or empress to see themselves standing together with Yang Fan when they ascended the city wall. The officials who ascended the city wall after Yang Fan swept a glance at the top of the city wall and tacitly avoided him. But there was one person who hesitated for a moment and then strode over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yang Fan. This person was the one who had been secretly following Yang Fan all the way from Yeding Palace. It was not that Yang Fan was not aware of the crowd's avoidance. Although he did not mind, he could not help but have a strange feeling in his heart. At this time, there was someone who dared to come close to him. Yang Fan was rather surprised. When he saw the person clearly, he was even more surprised. This person was Princess Taiping's son, Xue Chongjian. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping had an affair, but now he was standing so close to her son. How could he act freely? Yang Fan's expression was slightly awkward, but the awkward expression was fleeting. He then smiled and nodded to Xue Chongjian. Xue Chongjian's face heated up and he hurriedly turned his face to look down the city wall. He was still a 17 or 18-year-old youth and his calmness was not as good as Yang Fan's, so he felt very uncomfortable. Just now, he had been quietly following Yang Fan and did not have the courage to come forward. Xue Chongjian had also heard about the matter between Yang Fan and his mother. He did not know how to face Yang Fan, so he would rather never meet Yang Fan face to face. But this time he had no choice but to come. In fact, he did not have to choose this kind of scene to meet, but if it was a quiet and secluded place to be alone with Yang Fan, he was afraid that he would not have the courage. Xue Chongjian let the cold wind blow on his face until the heat on his face gradually subsided. He then slightly calmed down and said, "General, San Lang asked me to send his greetings to you." Yang Fan almost suddenly turned his head. It took a great deal of willpower to stop his neck from turning. When he saw Xue Chongjian come to his side, he knew that he must have something to say to him, but he could only think of one topic: Princess Taiping. Therefore, Yang Fan inevitably felt a little anxious, but he did not expect to hear such earth-shattering news as soon as Xue Chongjian opened his mouth. "San Lang? Li San Lang from Luzhou? Li San Lang asked him to send his greetings to me?" Yang Fan had been waiting for Li Longji's reply, but he did not expect that Li Longji would directly pass his decision to the people he had left in Chang'an, bypassing the people he had sent to contact Li Longji. Xue Chongjian must be Li Longji's people. The first step was always the most difficult. After Xue Chongjian said this, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart weakened a little. He took 2 steps forward and put his hand on the wall. He picked up a handful of snow and felt the coldness penetrate his lungs. "General, at the beginning of the 3rd month, the Emperor will hold a ceremony in the southern suburbs. At that time, San Lang will also return to the capital to participate in the ceremony. He will personally discuss the details with General." Yang Fan slowly let out a breath. He could already confirm that Xue Chongjian was Li Longji's people, and an absolute confidant. After Li Longji went to Luzhou, he was clearly worried about his father and brother who were trapped in the capital, so he had his younger sister collect information in the capital for him. Even though he was in Luzhou, he could still know everything that was happening in Chang'an like the back of his hand. But this alone was not enough. He still needed an emergency force. His father and brother were important targets under the court's surveillance. If the Emperor decided to deal with them, they would be helpless as they were in the game. In order to escape danger, the only hope was for a new force to emerge, and this new force was undoubtedly Xue Chongjian. Yang Fan looked at Xue Chongjian and saw a calmness in his eyes that did not match his age. There was not a single trace of the crude martial artist in him. It was said in the streets that the second son of the Princess Taiping liked martial arts and hated literature, that he was a crude martial artist who would often get together with a group of young heroes of the capital to hunt and practice martial arts. He did not engage in proper work. Now it seemed that Xue Chongjian had actually draped himself with an excellent layer of protection. But then he thought about Li Longji's careful arrangements, and Yang Fan's heart trembled. "This Li San Lang is not simple." Xue Chongjian faintly smiled. "San Lang and I have always been on the same wavelength." "Correct. After San Lang left the capital, I was the one to secretly coordinate and protect the Prince of Xiang's safety. However, my strength is actually very limited. At the most, I can play the role of raiding the execution ground and breaking into the celestial prison at the crucial moment." Xue Chongjian said, "I originally thought that if I could hold a military position in the Featherwood Guard, it would be best if I could command 10,000 cavalry. Even if I could only command a brigade of elites, and a cavalry that could come and go like the wind, I could still become a true surprise force at a crucial moment." Alas! Xue Chongjian lightly sighed and loosened his grip, letting the ball of snow fall to the ground and sink into the soft snow. "Alas, the Emperor is also very wary of my family. Mother sent a generous gift to the Empress, but she was still unable to get me a military position. She only gave me the position of Deputy of Rights, which is of no help to me." Haha! Xue Chongjian gave a self-deprecating laugh, then added, "Now that the Wei clan has monopolized the court, no one can predict whether or not they will suddenly attack and do something. In Luzhou, San Lang is most worried about the Prince of Xiang's safety. He said that if something unexpected happens, he hopes that great general can lend a hand to the Prince of Xiang's residence to ensure the Prince of Xiang's safety. Yang Fan is very good at understanding his own position, not becoming arrogant just because Li Longji has a request for him. He lightly nodded his head and replied, "The Prince of Lin Zi is too polite. Since this Yang wishes to serve the prince, this matter is naturally within this Yang's responsibility." The Emperor and Empress had arrived, and the yellow silk umbrella canopy could be seen from afar. Li Xian and Empress Wei ascended the city walls hand in hand. Closely following behind them is Princess Annel, dressed in a snow-white fox fur coat, resembling a plum blossom in the snow. Princess Annel followed her imperial father and Empress Wei to the top of the city walls. Sweeping her charming eyes over the crowd, she arrogantly and gracefully made her way to her seat. As the crowd on the city walls gathered, she did not notice Yang Fan standing in a corner. A yellow wall has been erected behind the emperor's seat to keep out the cold wind. After taking his seat, Li Xian chuckled. "This year is the upper yuan. We do not wish to entertain ourselves with geishas. My beloved subjects are all talented. Why don't you display your talents and enjoy the company?" Zhong Chuk, Wei Bo and the rest hurriedly applauded. In order to curry favor with the Emperor and Empress Wei, Minister of Works Zhang Shi and Minister of Agriculture Zhao Wen rushed to recommend themselves. "Your Imperial Majesty's words are reasonable. This subject is willing to perform a dance to attract jade." These two officials were used to flattering and fawning. Princess Annel is currently in the midst of repairing Dinkuan Pool. She has recruited a large number of teachers from the commoners and borrowed a large number of manpower from the Ministry of Works and the Sinong Temple. In order to curry favor with Princess Annel, these two officials did everything they could. In order to curry favor with Princess Enlu, when the Minister of Agriculture, Zhao Wen, was escorting people to Ding Kuan-chi, he even rolled up his sleeves and personally pulled a small cart to help transport a few carts of earth. It was rare to see a dignified third-rank high official like this. Empress Wei saw the officials enthusiastically and was delighted. She said, "Since it is so, why don't we let Minister Zhang dance first?" Zhang Shi cast a complacent glance at Zhao Wen. Immensely pleased with himself, he walked forward and let the musicians play a piece of music. Then he danced on top of the black tortoise gate, performing the song Tan Rong Nyang. Not to be outdone, Zhao Wen quickly followed up with a vigorous and forceful Hun Tu Wu. Those who could neither dance nor sing recited a passage of scripture or recited an ancient poem. In any case, they just had to choose something auspicious to say. This way, they would receive Li Xian's praise and rewards. These officials were usually serious and solemn. At this time, they were displaying their talent. In order to curry favor with the Emperor and Empress, they were even more bashful and ugly. Even the palace maids and eunuchs serving at the side could not help but laugh. Yang Fan watched coldly from the side. He thought of what Wan said that day. The ruler is not the ruler, the subject is not the subject. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. He mumbled to himself, "Soon, the country will no longer be a country." Li Xian and Empress Wei were in high spirits. Princess Annel took advantage of their excitement and giggled. "Imperial father, Imperial mother, there are still many officials who have yet to display their talents. But it is cold on top of the city walls. It will be hard to stand for too long. Why don't we choose from the officials who have yet to sing, dance or compose poems? Let them warm up a little." Li Xian said cheerfully, "What Guo said makes sense. Everyone, if you have not sung, dared to sing or compose poems, come out for the tug-of-war." The officials who thought they had escaped a calamity immediately had bitter expressions on their faces. But seeing the emperor's enthusiasm, they did not dare to refuse. Preparations had already been made at the bottom of the city walls. A thick rope that was almost 400 feet long was placed on the ground. 2 large flags stood in the middle as a boundary. The officials pushed and shoved each other and reluctantly selected a group of people. They dawdled down the city walls. These people split into two groups and picked up the rope. Li Xian was in high spirits at the top of the city walls. He personally grabbed the drumsticks and cheered for them. Only these old officials at the bottom of the city walls were qualified to stand by the emperor's side. Most of them were old. Their average age was above 60. Among them, the Prime Minister Dolu Qinhuang and Yang Zixi were almost 80 years old. Leaving aside the fact that in this era, the officials placed great importance on dignity, the dignified Prime Minister rolling up his sleeves in a tug-of-war for the emperor's entertainment was very different from them drinking wine and dancing on their own initiative. Even if it was to please the emperor, such an old man who was also a prime minister should not be joining the tug-of-war. But as soon as Li Xian saw Empress Wei and Enlu clapping their hands and cheering, he was afraid that he would dampen their spirits and did not stop them. Instead, he personally beat the drums to liven things up. Tug-of-war originated from the spring and autumn and warring states period. In ancient times it was called pulling hook. It originated in the Chu kingdom. By the Tang dynasty it had become like kuju and sumo wrestling, an extremely common folk sport. However, the tug-of-war this time was no small matter. Because the participants were not young and strong men, but the civil and military officials of the court. As the drums rang out, both sides gave a low shout and used their strength to start the tug-of-war. Don't look at how unwilling they were. But once they actually began to fight, they couldn't help but be competitive. Many of the white-haired and white-bearded elders on both sides gritted their teeth, their faces red to the ears. The two sides fought like a seesaw for a long time. One side gradually gained the upper hand. Their morale couldn't help but rise. Following the chant that the young eunuch shouted, they suddenly pulled with all their strength. With a boom, both the winning and losing sides fell to the ground. The losing side fell flat on their faces, admittedly looking ugly. The winning side fell flat on their faces. Empress Wei and Enlu watched from the top of the city wall and laughed so hard their stomachs hurt. Many of the palace maids and eunuchs also covered their mouths like gourds. Li Xian threw down the drumsticks and laughed loudly. Come, the winning side, each person will be rewarded with 5 bolts of colored satin. The losing side, before he could finish, there was a sudden clamor below the city wall. Many people gathered around, as if something had happened. Li Xian's brows furrowed. Leaning against the wall, he looked down. In a short while, a eunuch flew up to the top of the city wall like a gust of wind. It was the martial artist Yang Si-su. Yang Si-su's face turned green. As soon as he reached the Black Tortoise Gate, he anxiously reported to Li Xian, "Your Majesty, it's not good." Yang Xianggong tripped and fell unconscious. Dolu Xianggong choked and cut his forehead, blood is pouring out. What? When Li Xian heard that 2 old prime ministers, nearly 80 years old, had such an accident because of a tug-of-war, his expression immediately changed. If something happened to these 2 people, it would be difficult for him to escape the judgment of an absurd emperor in the history books. With an ugly expression, Li Xian stood up from his throne. Quickly take Zhen to see my husband and summon the imperial physician immediately. Li Xian followed Yang Si-su down the city wall in a hurry. Seeing that something had happened, Empress Wei and Princess Enlu couldn't help but be displeased. Empress Wei furrowed her brows and said, "What a disappointment. Let's go, let's return to the palace." Enlu said, "Yes, daughter will accompany Nyangqin to talk." Enlu took Empress Wei's arm and was about to leave the city wall when she suddenly saw a tall and straight figure walking down the stone step. That figure's back was somewhat lonely, like a pine tree under heavy snow, carrying an indescribable pride. Chapter 1167. Yang Fan really could not stand the scene of important officials being played like monkeys. He could not stand the behavior of some people who did not hesitate to play clowns in order to flatter the emperor, so he left early. After Yang Zixi was rescued by the imperial physician, He slowly regained consciousness and was immediately sent back to his residence to recuperate. Do Lu Qinhuang did not faint, he only fell and hurt his head. After a simple bandage, he was also sent back to his residence. These two people, one was 80 years old, the other 79 years old. They were already at the age of a candle in the wind. In this tug of war, they fell down heavily and were ruthlessly pressed down by someone. Whether there would be more serious consequences, it was hard to predict. This accident did not affect Li Xian and Empress Wei's mood. That night, under Princess Annel's suggestion, the Emperor and Empress changed into casual clothes. After enjoying themselves with the officials, they planned to enjoy themselves with the people. They changed into casual clothes, but it was not because they wanted to visit incognito, but because it was convenient to travel. All the palace maids and eunuchs of the 6 Shang and 24 departments, except for some essential personnel to stay behind, all carried lanterns and accompanied the Emperor and Empress. Thousands of palace maids and eunuchs, plus a large number of guards in casual clothes, surrounded the Emperor and Empress. This was a huge procession in itself. In addition, the people of Chang flocked to this grand scene for the first time. This year's Lantern Festival was especially lively. But at dawn, when the procession returned to the palace steward did a head count and was shocked to find that almost 1/3 of the palace maids and beauties had disappeared. In recent years, there had been frequent coups d'état in the imperial court, and some of the normal management in the palace had also been affected. Originally, there was a draft every 3 to 5 years to select some young palace maid. If the palace maids over 25 could not become female officials or did not hold important positions, most of them would be released back to the capital. But in recent years, there had been no such large-scale rotation. As a result, taking advantage of tonight's lantern-bearing procession through Vermilion Bird Long Street, as well as the fact that there were too many people at night and nobody was watching over them, several thousand palace maids actually escaped without a trace. There was no curfew for the 3 days of the Lantern Festival. After so many years, the palace maids had a certain amount of savings. They brought them with them in advance. Once they escaped, most of them left Chang an overnight. This made Li Xian embarrassed and angry. The only thing that comforted him was that none of the eunuchs had left. Empress Wei was also very upset. But if this matter was publicized, it would be a scandal for the royal family. The household registration system was not so strict at this time. Did they have to search the world to find the escaped palace maids? Moreover, the women chosen to enter the palace were all good-looking. If it was a man who escaped, it would be hard for him to make a living. However, there was no need to worry that no one would want these women. Even if they really investigated, it was likely that only a few of them would be found even if the world was turned upside down. Helpless, Li Xian and Empress Wei could only swallow their anger. But with such a large-scale escape, it was inevitable that the news would leak out. When Yang Fan heard of this matter, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Preposterous, preposterous, nothing could surpass this. Family affairs of the palace maids. During the lantern, one not to do, but she of the emperor to, and could to her. During the Lantern Festival, Wan was the busiest in charge of the palace affairs. She could not rest until after the Lantern Festival. Ba covered thousands of miles of snowy plains. When the weather was fine, there were often wild animals looking for food. Sometimes there were foxes and wolves. This was the happiest day for those who were not afraid of the cold and liked to go hunting. Today, Yang Fan also brought a group of attendants with him. He rode Ba with Wan and went hunting to relax. Yang Fan finished dressing up. He wore a fur coat, a bow and a sword. He looked tall and strong, handsome and fierce. Wan temperament was completely different from his. Although she was also wearing men's clothes, she was incomparably beautiful. She wore a shoe brocade robe with a round collar and narrow sleeves. Her waist was tight with a leather belt. She wore deerskin boots and a gray cloak. Her lips were red and her eyes were clear. Her skin was delicate like peach blossoms. He was so handsome that women would inevitably be dazzled by him. Men who liked men would probably feel their hearts sway even more when they saw him. Wan Er's horsemanship was not bad. Her archery was not bad either. She rode her horse lightly and her movements were agile. When her cloak fluttered, she looked even more valiant. Suddenly, Wan Er nocked an arrow and shot from a distance. Every time she shot, she would get something. Now, there was a string of fat rabbits on her horse. Wan Er shot another arrow, and a gray rabbit was shot. It rolled on the ground and stopped moving. The guard hurriedly urged his horse to pick it up. Wan Er looked back at Yang Fan and smiled. Hee, today's outing has been fruitful. Yang Fan smiled and said, hee. Yang Fan smiled and said, you look so happy. Don't catch a cold. As he said this, he leaned over and helped her tie the loose foxtail around her neck. Wan Er smiled sweetly at him. She enjoyed her Longjuan's gentleness. Yang Fan helped her tie her foxtail and said with a smile, Wan Er is a talented woman of the present age, but you have never recited a poem in front of me. Right now the scene on the beach is magnificent. Does Miss Shangguan want to express your feelings? Longjuan's order, I will obey. Shangguan Wan Er replied with a smile. She gently shook her whip. After thinking for a while, she slowly recited, 3 winters, the moon, the year of the dragon. 10,000 riders watching the wind leave Bachwan. Watching the lightning leap dragon as a horse. Returning to the frosty plains, the jade becomes a field. Yang Fan clapped his hands and praised, good! What a good line, watching the lightning leap dragon as a horse. Returning to the frosty plains, the jade becomes a field. Although Wan Er is a woman, this poem is magnificent. The atmosphere is extraordinary. It has the spirit of a woman who is not inferior to men. Wan Er wanted to change the topic from the scenery on Bachwan to the love between the two of them, but Yang Fan's praise interrupted her train of thought. She couldn't help rebuking, look at you. I was just about to put you and me into the poem. Now that you've interrupted me, I've lost my inspiration. Yang Fan coughed lightly. He laughed and said, what's so difficult about that? When we get back from hunting, the room will be as warm as spring, and the gums will be filled with boundless love. You and I will be in love. When we become one person, the next line will naturally come to mind. Wan Er blushed. She lightly spat at him. She softly and charmingly said, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The two of them were flirting with each other when suddenly a horse galloped from afar. Yang Fan squinted his eyes and looked at the dazzling snow. He saw a man in a long robe. He was running towards the two of them. The man quickly arrived. He first cupped his fists and bowed to Shangguan Wan Er. Then he turned to Yang Fan and politely said, greetings, great general. As soon as Yang Fan saw that it was Wan Er's man, he stopped his horse and didn't say anything. Wan Er was confused and asked, is there something in the palace? The man was Wan Er's confidant. He knew the relationship between Wan Er and Yang Fan, so he didn't avoid it. He dismounted and walked quickly to Wan Er's horse. He took out a secret letter from his sleeve and held it up high. He said, Fu Jiejie ordered me to deliver this secret letter. Wan Er exhaled a cloud of white air. She hung the horsewhip on her little finger. She reached out and took the letter. She opened it and read it. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said to the knight, I got it. Tell Qing Qing and present it to His Majesty. Yes. The knight respectfully replied. He cupped his fists and bowed to Yang Fan. He turned around and mounted his horse. Yang Fan rode his horse closer and asked, What's wrong? Wan Er said, I don't know where Wei Yuan Chuk of Swanzhou, Yanjin, Hunan, heard that I usually stay outside the palace. He wrote a letter to the court to impeach me. He said something like, the palace maids of the previous dynasty have to live outside. They can come and go without restrictions. Traffic is requested. He wants the court to ban it. Wan Er shook the secret letter in her hand and said with contempt, another pedantic scholar who does whatever it takes to get the emperor's attention. I don't want to go in and out of the palace. If he really has the ability, then he can kick me out of the palace. I can't ask for more. Wan was dressed in men's clothing. She was elegant and handsome. Now, the corner of her mouth curled up. Her black and white eyes squinted. She looked even more mischievous. Yang Fan looked at her with pity and love. He couldn't help but say, "It's been hard on you. Wan don't worry. If I succeed and retire, I will take you with me to live in seclusion." Wan looked at him and said, "Are you serious? You won't lie to me again, will you?" Yang Fan said seriously, "Of course. But when that time comes, you can only be a wife who takes care of your husband and children. You won't have the honor you have today, and you won't have the power you have today. Don't regret it." Wan smiled sweetly. Her voice was soft but firm. "Nothing can compare to a hug from you, Lang Jun. Wan won't regret it." Wan-er's words were said with deep affection. Yang Fan heard it and his heart was stirred. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other, their eyes intertwined. They were intoxicated. Bar returned from hunting. As soon as he entered Longqing Square, Yang Fan's expression became a little strange. Wan had rested for 3 days and was returning to Longqing Square. So the two of them went the same way. But Yang Fan had another place to go after returning to the city. He found it difficult to talk to Wan because he was going to Yuzhen Temple. Along the way, a magnificent lake appeared in front of them. The plain and elegant Yuzhen Taoist temple next to the lake also came into view. Yang Fan had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Wan you go back first. I still have something to do." Wan glanced at where Yuzhen Temple was. Her eyes turned and looked at him with a faint smile. She said, "Are you going to visit Li Sherngyang?" Even though Yang Fan was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but be embarrassed by Wan-er's words. He hurriedly explained, "Wan-er, you know the reason." "How could I cough?" Wan-er covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "All right, I naturally understand. You go. Even if you really want to do both work and work, it's nothing." Yang Fan was choked by her words. He couldn't help but cry out, "Wan-er." Wan-er smiled but said half-truthfully, "I know a little about Chiang's temperament. This girl is better than Taiping's wife." Women. Yang Fan looked at Wan-er's receding figure and smiled bitterly to himself. In the beginning, Taiping forced her to make a poison oath, and from then on, she and Taiping had a grudge. Later on, although because of her, the two of them reconciled, and when they were together, they always looked like they were in love with each other. Unexpectedly, the affection on the surface was actually fake, and the grudge between the two of them was already this deep. As a matter of fact, Wan-er, who had always been generous and virtuous, seized the opportunity to give Taiping a taste of her own medicine.